ഏതേതോ ഗന്ധവന്റെ ഒടപ്പുൽ തണ്ടിൽ പാടാം പതിയെ നക്ഷത്രങ്ങൾ നാണം കൊള്ളും മാണിക്യക്കാട്ടിൽ പാടാം നിനക്കായി കിന്നരഗാനം മൊഴി ഒളിക്കും കുയിലിനു വേണ്ടി പാടാം അമ്പിളിമാനത്തന്തിനിലാവെ പോലെ മാനത്തെ മഞ്ഞൾ ചാലിച്ചൊന്നു വരച്ചാലോ വിരിയും വിരലാലോ ഓളം തുള്ളും വേളിപ്രായം നിന്നെ തൊട്ടപ്പോൾ കസവായി മൂടാം അമ്പിളിമാനത്തന്തിനിലാവെ പോലെ
കുയിൽപ്പാട്ടിലൂഞ്ഞാലാടാൻ കുറുമ്പിന്റെ ജാലം കാട്ടാൻ കുളിർ മഞ്ഞു കൂടാരത്തിൽ കുരുക്കുത്തി മൈനേ വാവാ കുയിൽപ്പാട്ടിലൂഞ്ഞാലാടാൻ കുറുമ്പിന്റെ ജാലം കാട്ടാൻ കുളിർ മഞ്ഞു കൂടാരത്തിൽ കുരുക്കുത്തി മൈനേ വാവാ മഴപ്രാവു ചേക്കേറുന്നു മനസ്സിന്റെ മച്ചിന്മേലെ കുടുങ്ങുന്നു വാൻകൂട്ടങ്ങൾ കിനാവിന്റെ കുന്നിന്മേലെ ചിരിച്ചില്ലു കായൽ കോണിൽ കാണാം കുളിർപ്പാട്ടിലൂഞ്ഞാലാടാൻ കുറുമ്പിന്റെ ജാലം കാട്ടാൻ കുളിർ മഞ്ഞു കൂടാരത്തിൽ കുരുക്കുത്തി മൈനേ വാവാ മൂളം തേൻ പൊഴിഞ്ഞുവോ ഇളം കാറ്റുഴിഞ്ഞുവോ ഇതൾ പ്രായമായിലത്താലിലെങ്ങു പോയി ചുരങ്ങളിൽ ചൂരൽ കാട്ടിൽ കാത്തിരിക്കാം ഞാൻ വരാനൊരാളുണ്ടെന്നോർത്തൻ കൺ കുടിച്ചാലോ മുയൽ കുഞ്ഞുപോൽ മനസ്സിലൊരഴകിൽ തുലാമിന്നൽ വീശി കുയിൽപ്പാട്ടിലൂഞ്ഞാലാടാൻ കുറുമ്പിന്റെ ജാലം കാട്ടാൻ കുളിർ മഞ്ഞു കൂടാരത്തിൽ കുരുക്കുത്തി മൈനേ വാവാ
ചന്ദമാമ ചന്ദമാമ ചന്ദ്രകാന്ത കൽപ്പടവിൽ വാവാ. ഇന്ദ്രനീല തിരമാലകളിൽ നീരാടാൻ വാവാ. ചന്ദമാമ ചന്ദ്രകാന്ത കൽപ്പടവിൽ വാവാ. ഇന്ദ്രനീല തിരമാലകളിൽ നീരാടാൻ വാവാ.
വിളക്ക് കൊളുത്തി വരും അറബ് കഥകളുടെ സുവർഗമൊരുക്കിയൊരു സുൽത്താനായി. വിളക്ക് കൊളുത്തി വരും അറബ് കഥകളുടെ സുവർഗമൊരുക്കിയൊരു സുൽത്താനായി. താനേ പാടുമീ സാരംഗികൾ, വിളക്ക് കൊളുത്തി വരും അറബ് കഥകളുടെ സുവർഗമൊരുക്കിയൊരു സുൽത്താനായി. റമദാൻ പിറ പോലെ തെളിപോലും ചാരുതേ ഗസലായി ഇശ പാടും മുഹബത്തിൻ ശാരികേ. വിളക്ക് കൊളുത്തി വരും അറബ് കഥകളുടെ സുവർഗമൊരുക്കിയൊരു സുൽത്താനായി.
Warning, this video contains flashes and moving images.
ഋതുവിനുള്ളിലാരോ സ്വരപ്പെടുത്തിയോരോ നിറത്തിലുള്ള സംഗീതം രസരാഗം വിവിധമതിഗാഠം പ്രകൃതിയുടെ നാദം പ്രണയമയമാനന്ദം ലയമേകം സമഭാവം ശുഭഗീതം ഓരോ ഋതുവിനുള്ളിലാരോ സ്വരപ്പെടുത്തിയോരോ നിറത്തിലുള്ള സംഗീതം രസരാഗം വിവിധമതിഗാഠം പ്രകൃതിയുടെ നാദം പ്രണയമയമാനന്ദം ലയമേകം സമഭാവം ശുഭഗീതം ചുരത്തും സംഗീതം പൂക്കും ഇലവ് മരം ചോക്കും മനസ്സ് മതഗന്ധം വിതച്ചരച്ചു മാലേയം വേനൽ പുഴയൊഴുകി പ്രേമാർദ്രമായി തെളിഞ്ഞ കണ്ണാടി പോൽ മിന്നും നീരോടെ ഹർഷം ഹൃദയമേഘവർഷം പ്രണയം മിന്നൽ ചിന്നും പതഞ്ഞൊഴുകുമാപാദം സാമം ധ്വനി മൃദംഗ താളം പ്രകൃതി മൽഹർ സ്വരജതിതനാരോഹം മാനോ മരത്തളിരിനാലെ ഹരിതമായ കാണാകെ പുരുഷലാവണ്യം ചേരും ശരത്തണയെ ഓരോ സരിത്തുമിളമീനിൻ പുളകമോടു ശാലീനം പാടും ധവളഖഗമോരോ മണൽപ്പരപ്പിലാമോദമാളുന്നൊരീ കാലം പുത്തൻ യവങ്ങൾ തളിർ ചൂടി ഉതിർന്നു മുല്ല മഞ്ഞിൽ കുളിച്ചു നിന്നു ഹേമന്തം ക്രൗഞ്ചം പൊഴിക്കും മധുനാദം സുഖം പകർന്നു ഗ്രാമം തെളിഞ്ഞു നിന്നു സാനന്ദം പാച്ചോട്ടിച്ചില്ല മലർക്കാലം പിടിച്ചിടുന്നു മാരന്റെ കിളിതലം ചിത്തം മോഹക്കരിമ്പ് പടം ചേലിൽ വിളഞ്ഞു നിന്നു പാലേ ശിശിരകാലം വന്നല്ലോ വാതായനങ്ങൾ പൊട്ടി തീകായും പരിസരമാകെ അകിൽ പുകതൻ സൗരഭ്യം താനേ ഇല പൊഴിഞ്ഞു ശാഖ കിളികൾ പാടി ജീവാനുരാഗത്തിനീണങ്ങൾ മാകു സുഗന്ധം കുയിൽ കാട്ടിൻ മരന്തം മലർമാരന്റെ ഹൃദയമി വാസന്തം ഓരോ ഞൊടിയും പ്രണയാർദ്രം പ്രമദവനം സാന്ദ്രം ഭ്രമരസമസഞ്ചാരം ലാസ്യം മധുരമന്ദഹാസം എഴുതി വച്ചു മന്നാകെ മങ്ങാതെ പൂക്കാലം ലയവേഗം സമഭാവം ശുഭഗീതം ഓരോ ഋതുവിനുള്ളിലാരോ സ്വരപ്പെടുത്തി ഓരോ നിറത്തിലുള്ള സംഗീതം രസരാഗം വിവിധമതിഗാഢം പ്രകൃതിയുടെ നാദം പ്രണയമയമാനന്ദം ലയവേഗം സമഭാവം ശുഭഗീതം ഏറെ മോന്തിയായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു മധുരമിടാ ഛായയിൽ പങ്കുചേരുവാൻ വന്നൊരു മധുരമുള്ള വേദനെ ഏറെ മോന്തിയായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു മധുരമിടാ ഛായയിൽ പങ്കുചേരുവാൻ വന്നൊരു മധുരമുള്ള വേദനെ കാലുമേലെ കാല് കേറ്റി സോഫയിൽ ഇരുന്നു നീ കാലുമേലെ കാല് കേറ്റി സോഫയിൽ ഇരുന്നു നീ മേനിയാകെ കോളു കേറ്റി ഒരേറെ നോട്ടം കൊണ്ടിന്നല്ലേ ഏറെ മോന്തിയായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു മധുരമിടാ ഛായയിൽ പങ്കുചേരുവാൻ വന്നൊരു മധുരമുള്ള വേദനെ നോവു ചെമ്മരിയാടുമെഞ്ഞലഞ്ഞുളഞ്ഞ കണ്ണല്
ഹരിചന്ദന മലരിലെ മധുവായി ഹരമിളകും മൃഗമതലയമായി മാറിലിടയും മാരകേളി താലസാവേറും ഹരിചന്ദന മലരിലെ മധുവായി ഹരമിളകും മൃഗമതലയമായി മാറിലിടയും മാരകേളി താലസാവേറും നീലനിലാ കുളിരിലുലാവും നെയ്യാമ്പൽ പൂങ്കനവായി നീ നിന്തളങ്ങൾ കൺതുറക്കെ കാമരുണർന്നല്ലോ.
Checking. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed CA students, good morning and welcome to the CA Students Mega Conference, BODHI, a gathering that promises to ignite our passions and shape our futures. Today, we come together not just as individuals, but as a vibrant community united by our shared aspirations and dedication to the field of chartered accountancy. As we embark on this journey of learning, growth, and networking, we are excited to be surrounded by such a dynamic group of individuals who are set to make a significant impact on our profession and beyond. Now, I invite CA Satishan P, our chief guest of the day, CA Anup V. Francis, chairman of Thrissur branch of ICAI, CA Paulson EM, Sikasa chairman, Mr. Jyotis, Sikasa vice chairman, onto the stage.
To set the tone for today's event, we are privileged to have with us our esteemed Sikasa Chairman, C.A. Paulson AM. His unwavering commitment to excellence and profound insights have been a guiding light for many of us in our professional journeys. It is with great pleasure that we invite C.A. Paulson Sir to deliver the welcome speech and officially inaugurate this conference. Paulson Sir, we are deeply grateful for your presence and leadership. We look forward to your words of wisdom and the inspiration you will undoubtedly provide.
Check. I have a piece of paper here. This is something public speakers normally carry with them when they get on the stage, so that we don't forget what you have to speak. Actually, my planning of the speech, the welcome, it had been totally different. Actually, I was planning to speak 9 seconds. Today morning, it's coming as a surprise. I have to stretch it. So, whatever I have written on this, to read that, this has become irrelevant. Let me put this back in my pocket. I don't need my glasses because there is nothing to read. When I stand here with an extempore speech, and when I look at this audience, the diamonds shining out there, and me standing here alone with a surprise, unprogrammed speech, and when I look at Rosa, my life partner, sitting in this front row, she's a chartered accountant. Do you know how? And she is really judging how I perform on the stage. And I'll get a feedback when I go back to our home. I'm really scared. I'm really scared. Galaxy of diamonds shining. Rosa sitting here. One person standing on the stage. High voltage stage. It is not a, you can see the stage, it is high voltage stage. And something like a stage fright or fear comes to every speaker. If Rosa touches my heart now, right now, she understands that this is beating faster. Rather, she would say that it is not beating, it is pounding like a flour mill. I have butterflies in my stomach, too many butterflies. Something like adrenaline is gushing through my veins. I find it extremely hard to pick appropriate words from my vocabulary to communicate to this galaxy of diamonds. And the little words I pick, it gets choked in my throat. If I'm in a situation like this, I would like to. Thrissur is a cultural capital. Let us learn how to do it. Can you give me a smile looking at my face? Please give me a smile. Do you know what this matters to a public speaker? The energy. Now I get the energy. It is something like the largest Puram happens in cultural capital of Kerala, Thrissur, Thrissur Puram. And Kudamatam, that is the display of umbrellas, colorful umbrellas, that is our traditional, one of the best thing happening in this city. And we have something like a display of colorful umbrellas where I would say that it is diamonds. When a galaxy of diamonds sitting there and you are one team and me another team alone. If you are diamonds, let me bring in on the other side diamonds with me. You are all diamonds. I too have diamonds, they are CA students. But in diamonds, you are many, you are a big group, you are a big box of too many diamonds sitting in this amazing gathering here. But I too have diamonds, very few in numbers. I'm not a diamond because I'm not a CA student. So I too have diamonds on the stage, but they belong to the category of Kohinoor. It makes a difference. You have many diamonds there, but what I have here on the stage is Kohinoor, sort of the best diamonds in the world. See, now that is a display coming like Kodamatam. You have big colorful diamonds there, and I have colorful diamonds here, which matches. Then that is a competition happening, healthy competition happening between the stage and the audience. And this is what is one of the main attraction of Thrissur Puram. Now I have gathered my energy right now. The branch, Thrissur branch, one of the best amazing infrastructure happening, infrastructure in South India, second best in South India. And you are sitting inside that. And this branch is having a very dynamic, young, flamboyant branch chairman. I remember the days when we go for conferences or orientations, when we travel together in the aircraft, and the aircraft 1 hour or 1.5 hours traveling time, it would be, we crack a lot of jokes, and we are no longer chartered accountants. We didn't have a serious face in that aircraft, and people all around us would be looking at us and what is this guys doing here? They're laughing 1 hour, continuous laughing happening on for 1 hour. So you have a branch chairman who is very young, handsome, I'm jealous, handsome, dynamic, flamboyant. And you have a Sikasa chairman who is lean, tall, and hungry looking. So Rosa is having a 100 mm or 80 mm screen, smile, 80 mm I believe. The screen in cinema theater is 80 mm or 100. She's having a good smile. Planning he does. And the perfect way in which he practiced that planning, continuous monitoring happens there in his plan. He redesigns the plan. If there is a variations happening in, he redesigns the plan, and he changes to plan A, plan B, and finally when you see the result, he is always successful. And that is the only SIRC member from this God's own country. And he is the SIRC treasurer. Let me welcome CA Sadishan P. Where is the best diamond of CA students of Thrissur sitting? Simple question. Where is the best diamond of Thrissur CA students sitting? Is he sitting in the she? Is she sitting, or he, she? Gender equity. She or he? Is it there in the audience? I am talking about the best diamond, or on the stage. And the best diamond, the performer who made this happen. This beautiful ambience here, this wonderful gathering, it is all the leadership of the most glittering diamond in this main hall of ICAI today. Let me welcome your leader, Sikasa Vice Chairman, Jyotish J. now I get into the most challenging welcome. The most challenging welcome. Welcoming one person is very simple. It's not simple. You need to have a lot of planning in that. You need to write up, you have to prepare. But doing it in an external way, it is extremely challenging. It doesn't look like very simple. It is my privilege. It is my privilege to see a gathering of diamonds like this, dressed up in one of your best dresses and with all those shining eyes sitting in this audience. As Sikasa Chairperson, on behalf of the branch and on behalf of the entire Sikasa Managing Committee here, let me welcome all the CA students who are the shining diamonds in this audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulson sir, for your warm welcome. It is with great pleasure that I now invite our esteemed chairman of the Thrissur branch, CA Anup B. Francis, to address our dedicated CA students. As a guiding light for our branch, CA Anup B. Francis has demonstrated exceptional leadership and unwavering commitment to advancing our profession. His insights and encouragement are valuable to the future of our students, who are the next generation of chartered accountants. With a big round of applause, please join me in welcoming Chairman CA Anup B. Francis as he shares his thoughts and inspires our bright young minds.
Thank you, MC, for the wonderful introduction. I'm also carrying the piece of paper. It's a bit long because when I'm making a statement, like when I'm making a speech, it's a statement as said by my predecessors. So I should follow the decorum while I'm speaking. So I'm carrying the piece of paper with a formal speech. And as Paulson sir already informed, I got an extra time to speak over here. So that will be an informal part later on. Respected dignitaries, esteemed members, and my dear students, it's indeed a great pleasure to stand before you today on this mega students conference conducted by Sikasa Thrissur branch, and I extend a warm welcome to each one of you. The journey of becoming a chartered accountant is not just passing the exams. It's about preparing yourself for the career, upholds the value, integrity, and transparency of this profession. This conference is a crucial step in that journey, providing a platform for learning, networking, and personal development. As we gather here today, I am reminded of a vital role that education and continuous learning play in shaping our profession. The ever-evolving financial landscape demands that we, as future chartered accountants who are custodian of financial system, must stay ahead of the curve. This conference will equip you with the knowledge and the insights needed to navigate the challenges and seize the opportunities in accounting and finance world. I encourage each of you to actively participate in the sessions, interact with the experts, and make the most of the opportunity. The knowledge you gain, the connections you make, and the inspiration you draw from this event will be invaluable as you move forward in your career. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the speakers, panelists, and the organizers. I was coming here for the last 2-3 days in the evening, and I can see our beloved Sikasa chairman, CA Paulson sir, was standing here, and he was here for the whole night on 2 days, and he was preparing these arrangements. He was running behind the sponsors. He was running behind your principals and officers to get the registrations, and his hard work, along with the entire Sikasa committee and our branch staff, made this happen, and this reality is because of them. Just give them a round of applause for them. To the students, I say this: the road to success is not always easy, but it is worth every step. Stay committed, stay curious, and above all, stay ethical in all your endeavors. Once you are chartered accountants and you are ready to sign the financials, you may get n number of pressure in your life. You may ask to follow unethical practice, and you may always hear that the other CA or the other professional is ready to sign the documents, why you are not ready to do that. But you should always remember the ethical practice and integrity will not form part of any other's life. It should come out of your own heart, and the decision should be yours. If you are taking the right decision on time, that will keep your future in a brighter way. As Paulson sir already described, you are the diamonds. The best diamond Kohinoor is here, and you all are the diamonds of ICAI. And next 5 years or next 10 years, you will be the leaders of this profession when you are showing the integrity and you are very confident on the financials you are signing, that will uphold the name of ICAI. So I always give an advice to all students, keep the integrity and don't ever sign anything you see or for some kind of money or some kind of benefits which you get. That will be lasting for only for few minutes or few years. That will spoil your future. Don't ever do that. And once you are into industry, you may feel that, some of you may feel that you are not going to sign any financials. You may have the feeling that I'm not going to practice in CA profession, I'll be in industry. I'm a person who spent my 3.5 years in industry. I started my career with Hewlett-Packard, HP, and 2 years I was with HP, then I moved to General Motors. All these two companies, or the companies where I was interacting with in my life, they always kept a high, what we can say, respect for chartered accountants. It's not because of me. Whoever interacted with them, they had a great respect towards those chartered accountants or those previous employees or those previous leaders. That gave me benefits during my corporate world. So if you are doing the right way during your corporate world and you are giving the right advice to your management, if they are getting profit out of it or if they are getting any tax benefit out of it, you will be respected and the next generation will be respected. So please always keep in mind, even if you are not in profession, you are not signing the balance sheet, your statement matters and your signature will be always considered as a diamond signature. These two letters, the CA letters, will make a difference over you. I'm a person who is coming from a business family and I'm running my family business for the last 84 years. I'm into the grocery store and supermarkets and retail store, but even if I'm saying I'm running 5 shops or 6 shops in my dad's name or in my dad's ancestral business area, I will always say these 2 letters with my name made my name completed. Those golden letters are very important for me. Last 13 years, I qualified in 2011. Still, when I'm saying a chartered accountant, the light I'm seeing in the others' eyes make me proud of my profession. Dear students, don't worry, you're on the right path. Once you complete this profession, those respect will be there in others' eye. That is the best reward you will get in your entire life. The respect you are getting, the money you are getting, and all the business, all the benefits you are getting will be rewarded. All this hard work for the next 3 years or 4 years will be rewarded in next 1 or 2 years. You may feel that you are getting a small amount of stipend. I started my career with a 375 rupees stipend when I was doing it in 2006. 375 rupees, you may feel that it's very low. At that point, my bus charge was almost around 525 rupees, so I had to take my weekly bata from my mom, keeping said, just give me some pocket money. But I still remember the entire CA studies was costing me somewhere around 55,000 for the whole 5 years and 4.5 years. And I usually proudly say to my sister, see, my entire cost will not be exceeding your one term's engineering course fee. And out of that, 36,000 or somewhere was gained by me as a stipend, and the entire cost was covered on my first salary itself. So that's a proud moment. So you can enjoy that, and don't think you are getting the first month. There are many friends of mine who is earning 2.37 crores to 4 crores per annum as a chartered accountant in India, that is in Bangalore and Pune. So you have a bright future, don't worry about it. You will get it one day. You will be there in a CA fraternity and you will succeed in your profession. Don't worry about it. There are failures, don't worry. I'm not a first chance qualifying person. I took 4 attempts in my intermediate and I took 2 attempts in my final. Still I'm a chartered accountant. Still I qualified at the age of 23. At the age of 29, I became a committee member. Being a committee member, I'll always ask you, the students, the future leaders of this profession, if you get any chance in your life, please be there in a committee. Be there in SICASA committee initially, then once you are qualified, be there in the branch committee. The way we are looking towards the profession, the way we are considering our work will be totally different. And with these words, I'm just winding out my special address. Thank you all. Once again, I welcome you all to this wonderful gathering. Jai ICA, Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. Now, before I hand over the stage, I would like to invite everyone to join me in a special moment of tradition and unity. We will now proceed with the lighting of the lamp. I would like to invite dignitaries on the dais to come forward and light the lamp. Light dispels darkness, just as knowledge dispels ignorance. This act not only makes the beginning of our conference, but also signifies the illumination of ideas and opportunities that we will explore together.
Now, without further ado, I'm delighted to invite our chief guest, CA Satishan Sir, Regional Council Member of SIRC, currently serving as SIRC Treasurer, to deliver the inaugural address. Sir's presence here today is a tremendous honor, and we look forward to hearing his valuable insights and inspiring words as we move forward with this event. Please join me in giving a warm and enthusiastic welcome to Satishan Sir for the inaugural speech.
Thank you. Very dynamic and energetic Chairman of Thrissur branch, Anu Francis, and today's shining star, SICASA Chairman, Paulson, and your own shining Kohinoor or a diamond, I don't know. You are a Vice President, Vice Chairman, Jyotish, then other SICASA managing committee members, beloved members, the better half of Paulson sir, Rosa, and my student, and next faculty, Gino Rose, paper presenters coming from various places of Kerala and outside Kerala, and beautiful boys and girls. Very warm good morning to all of you. First of all, I take a bail from you that the presiding SICASA chairman and chairman spoke very high language, high English, but I am not a good orator. I can say something from my bottom of heart as a student, when I was a student, as like you, and what happened after my life, after the studentship, after the examination, passing the examination, then after become a council member or at the time of contesting the council. So many things are remembering to me. So pardon me if I made any mistake as I am not a good orator, but I am a good worker. I feel like so. Instead of, okay, you have to communicate, you have to speak, but along with that, you should work. If you are working properly, nothing will happen. That's my experience from my life. As Paulson sir said, meticulously planning, plan B, plan C, like that. I'm not a so much planned person. Whatever happened to my life is because of the God's grace. All believe, always I believe that it is all the help of Lord Guru Vairappa. So I request all of you to, as Paulson sir said, to become the Kohinoors. Those who are sitting, you are, he compare you as a diamond, and those who are sitting here is a Kohinoor. I request all of you, all of the above, you should become a good human being. After becoming a good human being only, you can become Kohinoor, you can become gold or diamond, whatever it may be. So first of all, you should become a good human being, and you should have a helping mentality to help your friends, your relatives, your parents. First of all, you give your all respect to your parents. Our Vice President always, the present Vice President Nandaji always inform to the students, he will ask the student, how many of you are now നിങ്ങളുടെ അച്ഛനും അമ്മയും കെട്ടിപ്പിടിക്കുന്ന എത്ര ആളോടെ ഉണ്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ? വളരെ കുറച്ച് മെമ്പേഴ്സേ കൈവക്കുന്നുള്ളൂ. എല്ലാ ദിവസവും എവറി ഡേ യു ഷുഡ് ഗോ ടു the mother or father who develop you till this stage, or they are expecting that you will become the chartered accountants in near future. So go to your father, go to your mother every day, or at least occasionally, once in a week, go to them and have a good relation with them. You can explain whatever your sorrow, whatever your happiness, everything you can share. They will help you, definitely they will help you. So first of all, we have to get the blessings of God, then parents. Then of course, Mada, Pida, Guru, Devam, അറിയാലോ. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ആ ഒരു കോൺസെപ്റ്റിലോട്ട് മാറുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ തന്നെ അറിയാതെ നമ്മളിൽ പല എനർജിയും, Paulson sir informed that when you are having the, what you call, smiling face on you, he will get more inspiration. Same way, പാരൻസും നിങ്ങളുടെ ഒരു സ്മൈൽ കാണാനായിട്ട് വളരെയധികം ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നവരാണ്. So you have to go to your parents. That is not my words. This is the words of our Vice President, respected Vice President of Nandaji. Always he say, you go to your mother and father, get the blessings, whatever the time you able to do that, it is good for you. That's the first thing. I am also give you the same thing. The next is as regards our professional things. ഇപ്പം നമ്മളെല്ലാവരും കേൾക്കുന്നൊരു വാക്കാണ് ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസ്. ഇവിടെ ജീനു റോസ് ഉണ്ട്, അതിൻ്റെ എക്സ്പെർട്ടായിട്ട് ചാറ്റ് ജി പി ടിയുടെ ബുക്കിലൊക്കെ റെപ്രസെൻ്റ് ചെയ്ത് എഴുതിയിട്ടുള്ളതാണ്. അടുത്ത സെഷൻ ചാറ്റ് ജി പി ടി ആണ്. ഹൗ മെനി ഓഫ് യു ആർ യൂസിങ് പ്രോപ്പർലി, ഐ എം അണ്ടർലൈനിങ് ദ വേർഡ് പ്രോപ്പർലി, യൂസിങ് യുവർ മൊബൈൽ? What is the benefit we are getting from the mobile? ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ ഓഫീസിൽ വരുന്ന ചില സ്റ്റുഡൻസും എൻ്റെ ഓഫീസ് സ്റ്റാഫൊക്കെ ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ട്. അവരോട് പറയാറുണ്ട്, നമ്മൾ എല്ലാവരും, ഞാനൊക്കെ പ്രായമുള്ള ആളാണ്, 2 യുഗത്തിൻ്റെ ഇടയിൽപ്പെട്ട ആളാണ്. മൊബൈലൊന്നും ഇല്ലാത്ത കാലഘട്ടത്തിൽ നിന്ന് വന്ന് മൊബൈലിൻ്റെ ഒരു കാലഘട്ടത്തിൽ ജീവിക്കുന്ന വ്യക്തിയാണ്. അപ്പം ടെക്നോളജിക്കലി യു ആർ ദ ജനറൽ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട് ഓൾസോ തിങ്കിങ് ദാറ്റ് യു ആർ ദ എക്സ്പെർട്സ് ഇൻ ടെക്നോളജി. ദ കമ്മിങ് ഫ്യൂച്ചർ ഈസ് ടെക്നോളജിക്കൽ എറ. എന്താണ് ടെക്നോളജിയിൽ നമ്മൾ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്? നമ്മുടെ കയ്യിൽ എല്ലാവരിലും 30,000 കുറയാത്ത 30,000 കുറയാത്ത മൊബൈൽ എല്ലാവരുടെ കയ്യിലും, ഓൾമോസ്റ്റ് എല്ലാവരിലും ഉണ്ടാവും. വാട്ട് യു ആർ യൂസിങ് ദാറ്റ് മൊബൈൽ? ഹൗ മെനി ഓഫ് യു ആർ യൂസിങ് ദാറ്റ് മൊബൈൽ, ഓർ ഹൗ മെനി ഓഫ് യു ഹാവ് ഡൗൺലോഡഡ് ദ BOS ആപ്പ്? Only 20% students are downloaded BOS app. So many informations you are getting from the BOS app. It is day by day updating. Institute council members, institute is always working for the students and members. Whatever help from the institute side we are doing, whatever the change required, considering the world change we are doing. So why our younger students are not using properly? Even institute is giving free of cost the app, and in that app every information relating to the classes, relating to the subjects, relating to your new technology, everything that they are giving free. But we are using only 20% in this whole are using that technology. അപ്പോൾ എവിടെയാണ് നമ്മളുടെ AI ഫ്യൂച്ചർ? ജിനു മാഡം എടുക്കാൻ പോവുകയാണ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ചാറ്റ് ജി പി ടിയെ കുറിച്ച്. എല്ലാവരും ചാറ്റ് ജി പി ടി പറയുന്നു. ഇപ്പം എവിടെ പോയാലും, ഞങ്ങളുടെ മെമ്പേഴ്സ് സെക്ഷനിലും എവിടെ പോയാലും കേൾക്കുന്നതാണ് AI ആണ്, AI ആണ്, AI ആണ്. There is a separate committee from this year onwards in ICA, AI committee in ICAI. നമ്മളിൽ ICAI, അതിൽ AI. ഇതെന്താണ് നമ്മൾ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്? വാട്ട് ഈസ് ദ യൂസ്? ഹൗ വി ആർ യൂസിങ്, ഹൗ യുവർ ടെക്നോളജീസ് ഡ്രിവൺ, എങ്ങനെ നമ്മൾ പെർഫോം ചെയ്യുന്നു, എന്താണ് അതിൻ്റെ പ്രയോജനം? നമ്മളെ ആരും എക്സ്പെർട്ട് ആവണ്ട, സോഫ്റ്റ്വെയർ ട്രെയിനിങ് എക്സ്പെർട്സ് ആവണ്ട. ബട്ട് വി ഹാവ് ടു നോ ഹൗ ടു യൂസ് ഇറ്റ്. ഓൾ ടെക്നോളജിക്കൽ തിങ്സ്, ഹൗ ടു യൂസ് ഇറ്റ് ടു ഡു അവർ വർക്ക്. ഫോർ ഇൻറ്റഗ്രിറ്റിയെക്കുറിച്ച് പറഞ്ഞു, നമ്മുടെ ചെയർമാൻ ഇവിടെ പറഞ്ഞു, നിങ്ങളെല്ലാവരും ഇൻറ്റഗ്രിറ്റി ഉണ്ടാവണം, നിങ്ങളുടെ തെറ്റായി ഒന്നും ഒപ്പിടാൻ പാടില്ല, പലതും പറഞ്ഞു അല്ലേ? എന്താണ് ഇൻറ്റഗ്രിറ്റി? എന്താണ് നമ്മുടെ ഹോണസ്റ്റി? എന്താണ് നമ്മളുടെ പവർ? CA എന്ന് പറയുന്ന എംപ്ലത്തിൻ്റെ പവർ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ചാർട്ടേഡ് അക്കൗണ്ട്സിൻ്റെ പവർ. പലപ്പോഴും ഞാൻ യങ്സ്റ്റേഴ്സായിട്ട് ഇൻട്രാക്ട് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ചോദിക്കാറുള്ള ഒരു ചോദ്യമാണ്, പല CAക്കാരും പാസ്സായി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ മെമ്പർഷിപ്പ് റിന്യൂ ചെയ്യില്ല. നിങ്ങൾ പാസ്സായി, ആഫ്റ്റർ യുവർ ക്വാളിഫിക്കേഷൻ institute is giving the certificate, and CA emblem, after getting the institute certificate you can use the CA emblem. Why you are not renewing the membership? അതിപ്പോൾ സാറേ ജോലിയൊക്കെ കിട്ടി, ഇനിയിപ്പോൾ അതിൻ്റെ ആവശ്യമൊന്നുമില്ല. How you got the job? You are getting 1.5 or 75 to minimum 75,000 to 2 lakh or 3 lakh amount you are getting as a salary. Why you are not renewing at least 5,000 or 6,000 rupees per year? Institute is demanding for membership. Why you are not registering? ഇനി അതിൻ്റെ വേറൊരു രസം കേൾക്കണം വെച്ചാൽ, ഈ മെമ്പർഷിപ്പ് റിന്യൂ ചെയ്താൽ അതിൻ്റെ ഏകദേശം ഇപ്പോൾ 60 or 70 പേഴ്സൻറ്റേജ് തിരിച്ച് ബ്രാഞ്ചിലോട്ട് തന്നെ വരുന്നത്. ഈ ബ്രാഞ്ചിൻ്റെ പരിധിയിലുള്ള മെമ്പേഴ്സ് ആര് രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്താലും മെമ്പർഷിപ്പ് റിന്യൂ ചെയ്താലും അതിൻ്റെ 50% എമൗണ്ട് തിരിച്ച് ബ്രാഞ്ചിലേക്ക് വരുന്നു. എന്തിനാണ് ബ്രാഞ്ചിലേക്ക് കൊടുക്കുന്നത്? ഫോർ ദി ബെറ്റർമെൻറ്റ് ഓഫ് മെമ്പേഴ്സ് ആൻഡ് സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് ആക്ടിവിറ്റി. ഇപ്പോൾ മെഗാ കോൺഫറൻസ് നടത്തി, സാറ് സ്പോൺസർഷിപ്പിന് നടന്നു, രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ നടന്നു എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞു. Because our institute is given clear direction, whatever the program we are conducting, that should be self-sufficient. No loss will be permitted by the institute. We doesn't want any profit, but it should not be loss making. അപ്പോൾ ഇത് ചെയ്യണമെങ്കിൽ ഇവിടെ ഫണ്ട് വേണം. ഈ ഫണ്ട് കൊടുക്കാനും നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ ഗ്രാൻഡ് കൊടുക്കുന്നു, അതേമാതിരി തന്നെ നമ്മൾ മെമ്പേഴ്സിൻ്റെ ഫീസിൻ്റെ ഷെയർ കൊടുക്കുന്നു. അങ്ങനെ കൊടുക്കുമ്പോൾ ഈ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് തന്ന ഒരു സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ് ഉപയോഗിച്ചിട്ടാണ് യു ആർ ഗെറ്റിംഗ് 75 to 3 lakhs സാലറി. ദെൻ വൈ യു ആർ ഹെസിറ്റേറ്റിംഗ് ടു ഗിവ് 5,000 rupees? ആ 5,000 rupees ആർക്കാണ് ബെനിഫിറ്റ്? നമ്മളെ അടുത്ത തലമുറ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ അനിയന്മാരോ അനിയത്തിമാരോ അടുത്ത സെക്ഷനിലേക്ക് വരുമ്പോൾ ദേ ആർ ഗെറ്റിംഗ് ദ ബെനിഫിറ്റ് ഫ്രം ദിസ് എമൗണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അത് ഒന്ന് കൊടുക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് എനിക്ക് ആദ്യം പറയാനുള്ള റിക്വസ്റ്റ്. കാരണം നിങ്ങൾ എത്ര ജോലി കിട്ടിപ്പോയാലും ബേസ് നമ്മുടെ CA സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് യു ഷുഡ് റിന്യൂ യുവർ മെമ്പർഷിപ്പ് റെഗുലർലി. അടുത്തൊരു പ്രോബ്ലം, ഇഫ് യു ആർ നോട്ട് റിന്യൂ യുവർ മെമ്പർഷിപ്പ് റെഗുലർലി, ആഫ്റ്റർ 3 years or 4 years subsequently, if you would like to start the practice, then that 4 years or 5 years will not be counted as your experience time or as a member. After only 4 years you are starting from the scratch. So renew every year whatever the amount. There is no requirement of COP, there is no requirement of nothing, but you can renew your membership. Then you would anyway, anytime if you would like to start your practice, it is beneficial for you. That seniority will be there. Okay. Then next, സാറ് പറഞ്ഞതിൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് സമയഷ്ടന്മാരുണ്ടെന്ന്, എങ്കിലും ഞാൻ ജീനുവിൻ്റെ ടൈം അധികം എടുക്കുന്നില്ല. അപ്പം അടുത്ത പ്രശ്നമുള്ളത് എന്താണെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ നമ്മുടെ എത്ര ആളെ ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്നതിൽ പ്രാക്ടീസിലോട്ട് താല്പര്യമുണ്ട്? 1 2 3 4. പകുതിയായിട്ട് കൈ ഉയർത്തരുത്. ഉയർത്തുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഫുള്ളായിട്ട് ഉയർത്തില്ലെങ്കിൽ വേണ്ടാന്ന് നിൽക്കുക. ഓക്കെ, ശരി. അറൗണ്ട് 5% ആൾക്കാരെ പ്രാക്ടീസിലേക്ക് താല്പര്യമുള്ളൂ. ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയാണ് ബാക്കി എല്ലാവരും ഓപ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. പ്രാക്ടീസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ആൾക്കാർ കുറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് വരികയാണ്, ഡെയിലി കുറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് വരികയാണ്. എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് കുറയുന്നതെന്ന് അറിയാമോ? ബിക്കോസ് ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഈസ് മേക്കിംഗ് മോർ കംപ്ലൈൻറ്റ്സ്. ഇവിടെ നമ്മുടെ ചെയർമാൻ പറഞ്ഞു, ഇൻറ്റഗ്രിറ്റി, യു ഷുഡ് ഹാവ് ദ ഇൻറ്റഗ്രിറ്റി, ഹോണസ്റ്റി, ഇൻഡിപെൻഡൻസ്, ഇത് വേണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. That's the only problem. Government is making more tightening in practice. Compliance level is increasing, and all of the above. ഇതുവരെ നമ്മൾ എന്തെങ്കിലും കുറ്റം ചെയ്താൽ നമ്മുടെ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട് ശിക്ഷിക്കുമായിരുന്നുള്ളൂ. ഇപ്പോൾ അതിൻ്റെ മുകളിൽ നാഷണൽ ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ റിപ്പോർട്ടിംഗ് അതോറിറ്റി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ അതോറിറ്റിയെ ഗവൺമെൻറ് അപ്പോയിൻറ്റ് ചെയ്തു. അപ്പോൾ അവരാണ് നമ്മളുടെ എന്തെങ്കിലും മിസ്റ്റേക്സ് ചാർട്ടേഡ് അക്കൗണ്ട്സ് ചെയ്താൽ അതിൻ്റെ മുകളിൽ വരുന്ന അതോറിറ്റി. അപ്പോൾ എന്തായി, കംപ്ലയൻസ് ലെവൽ നോക്കിയില്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മുടെ സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ് എന്താവും, പോയി കിട്ടും. അപ്പം നമ്മളെന്താവും, വെറും ഡിഗ്രി ആവും, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വെറും +2 ആവും. ഓക്കെ, അപ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളിൽ യു ഹാവ് ടു കോൺസെൻട്രേറ്റ് മോർ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു സിറ്റുവേഷൻ വരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് പ്രാക്ടീസിലോട്ട് കുറയുന്ന. വെൽക്കം പാസ്റ്റ് ചെയർപേഴ്സൺ ഓഫ് ശില്പ മാഡം. ദെൻ നെക്സ്റ്റ് തിങ് ഈസ്, അപ്പോൾ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി പോകാമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. ഇവിടെ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞു AI ആണ് നമ്മളുടെ ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ ട്രെൻഡെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി പോവാണ്, 90% ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി പോവാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് കഴിഞ്ഞ ദിവസം വൺ ഓഫ് ദ യങ്ങസ്റ്റ് മെമ്പർ ആസ്ക്ഡ് മീ, സർ വൈ യു ആർ ഗിവൺ 25,000 സ്റ്റുഡൻറ്റ് ദിസ് ഇയർ പാസ് പെർസെൻറ്റേജ്, 36% pass percentage this year. This is the first time in the history of ICA 36% students passed in the final. അപ്പോൾ 27 ആൾക്കാരെ പാസ്സാക്കി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ സാറ് ഇതിൻ്റെ നമ്മളുടെ എന്താ പറയുക, ക്വാളിറ്റി കുറയ്ക്കുന്നു, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ശമ്പളം കിട്ടാനുള്ള ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി കുറയ്ക്കുന്നു, ജോബ് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി കുറയ്ക്കുന്നത് എന്തിനാണെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു. നിങ്ങളുടെ അഭിപ്രായം എന്താ? ആ 25,000 മെയിൻറ്റെയിൻ ചെയ്യണമെന്നാണോ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 36% മെയിൻറ്റെയിൻ ചെയ്യണമെന്നാണോ, അതോ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട് കട്ട് ചെയ്യണമെന്നാണോ? ഇപ്പം നിങ്ങളുടെ അഭിപ്രായം 36 പോരാ സാറേ 50% ആക്കണം എന്നാണ്. ശരിയല്ലേ? കറക്റ്റ് അല്ലേ? കറക്റ്റാണ്. പക്ഷേ ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന മെമ്പേഴ്സിനോട് ചോദിക്കുക വെദർ ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് ഞങ്ങൾ ആക്ച്വലി യു ആർ ദ കോമ്പറ്റീറ്റർ ഫോർ അസ്. യു ആർ ദി കോമ്പറ്റീറ്റർ ഫോർ അസ്. ഇവിടെ 10 പേര് പ്രാക്ടീസിൽ പറഞ്ഞുള്ളൂ വെച്ചാൽ ആ 10 പേരിപ്പം എൻ്റെ സ്റ്റുഡൻ്റ് അപ്പുറത്തിരിക്കേണ്ട ആൾ പറഞ്ഞു പ്രാക്ടീസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പോകാമെന്ന്. ഞാൻ ആലോചിക്കുക, അയ്യോ അവൻ പ്രാക്ടീസ് തുടങ്ങി എൻ്റെ വർക്ക് പോവോ? ദിസ് ഇസ് ദ നാച്ചുറൽ. അപ്പോൾ യു ആർ ദ ഓൾ കോമ്പറ്റീറ്റേഴ്സ് ഫോർ അസ്. പക്ഷെ നമ്മളത് ഒരിക്കലും അങ്ങനെയല്ല പറയുന്ന. പ്രാക്ടീസിലേക്ക് യു ഷുഡ് കം ടു ദ പ്രാക്ടീസ്. ദർ ആർ ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസ്, tremendous opportunity using your AI or artificial intelligence or other area, not the traditional practice. പക്ഷെ ഇപ്പം നമ്മൾ പറഞ്ഞ് എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയിൽ പോകുന്നു അല്ലെങ്കിൽ പ്രാക്ടീസിൽ വരുന്നില്ല? ഇതിൻ്റെ പ്രശ്നം വരുമ്പോൾ ഈ പറഞ്ഞതിൽ നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ 50% വേണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. നമ്മളെല്ലാവരും പറയുന്നു, പാസ്സായ ആളെ പറയാണ് എന്തിനാണ് ഇത്രപ്പെടുത്ത ആൾക്കാരെ പാസ്സാക്കുന്നത്? ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി നാച്ചുറലി കുറയും. ബട്ട് ദർ ആർ സോ മച്ച് ഡിമാൻഡ് ഇൻ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി. You are those who are in like to go to the industry, there are tremendous opportunities are there. So there are opportunity, even then 36% or 37% there are opportunity in industry. Practice also there are so much opportunity, new things of practice, a new area of practice are coming. That is one of the AI ChatGPT. You can use valuation, then insolvency professionals. ഇൻസോൾവൻസി പ്രൊഫഷൻ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ എന്താ അറിയോ? കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടോ? എത്ര ആൾ കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്? 1 2 ഒക്കെ. നിങ്ങൾ എത്ര ആളിവിടെ ഫൈനൽ സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് ഉണ്ട്? ഓക്കെ, ബാക്കി എല്ലാവരും കൂടുതൽ ആൾക്കാരുണ്ട്. ദെൻ ഇൻസോൾവൻസി പ്രൊഫഷണൽ ഇപ്പം നമ്മൾ ബാങ്കോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ആരെങ്കിലും ലോണൊക്കെ എടുത്ത് ലോണൊക്കെ പ്രശ്നമായി അവസാനം NPA കേട്ടിട്ടില്ലേ? NPA അങ്ങനെ പോയി കഴിയുമ്പം ഇവരൊക്കെ പണ്ട് വേറൊരു ആക്ടിലായിരുന്നു വർക്ക് ചെയ്തിരുന്നത്. ഇപ്പം നമ്മളത് ഇൻസോൾവൻസി പ്രൊഫഷണൽ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ആൾക്കാരെയാണ് ഏൽപ്പിക്കുന്നത്. അവരുടെ അസറ്റ്സ് വാല്യൂ ചെയ്യുക, അവരുടെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ നോക്കുക, എങ്ങനെ ആ കമ്പനിയെ റിവൈവ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ലോൺ അടയ്ക്കാൻ എന്ത് സെറ്റിൽ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും, ഇതിനുള്ള ഒരു ഇൻ്റർമീഡിയറ്റ് ആയിട്ടാണ് നമ്മളെ ഇൻസോൾവൻസി പ്രൊഫഷണലായിട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അത് ഏത് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷനിൽ പഠിച്ച CA, CMA, CS ഏതാളെ അഡ്വക്കേറ്റ് ആർക്ക് വേണമെങ്കിലും ഇൻസോൾവൻസി പ്രൊഫഷണൽ ആവാം. പക്ഷേ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ഇൻസോൾവൻസി പ്രൊഫഷണൽ ഇപ്പോൾ ചാർട്ടേഡ് അക്കൗണ്ട്സോ. അറൗണ്ട് 70% ഓഫ് ഇൻസോൾവൻസി പ്രൊഫഷണൽസ് ആർ ചാർട്ടേഡ് അക്കൗണ്ടൻസ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇപ്പോൾ ഭയങ്കര ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റിയാണ്. ഇവിടെ നമ്മളെ തൃശ്ശൂരിലുണ്ട് ചാർട്ടേഡ് അക്കൗണ്ട്സ് പലരും. അവർക്കൊന്നും ഇരിക്കാനും നിൽക്കാനും ഒഴിവില്ലാത്ത വർക്കാണ് ഇത്. പക്ഷേ കുറച്ച് കഴിയുമ്പോൾ ചിലപ്പോൾ കുറയാം. പക്ഷെ ഇപ്പോൾ അതൊരു ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റിയാണ്. ദെൻ വാല്യുവേഷൻ ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റിയാണ്. നമ്മുടെ സിസ്റ്റം ഓഡിറ്റ് ഒരു ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റിയാണ്. അത് AI പാർട്ടായിട്ട് വരുന്ന ആ AI പാർട്ടിലും നമുക്കിത് യൂസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. അപ്പോൾ ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസ് ആർ ദെയർ, സോ മച്ച് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി യു ആർ വെയിറ്റിംഗ് ഫോർ യു. പിന്നെ വി ആർ ദ നമ്പർ വൺ അക്കൗണ്ടിങ് ബോഡി നൗ ഇൻ ദ വേൾഡ്. അത് കയ്യടിക്കും മാഷേ. നമ്മളൊരു അക്കൗണ്ടിങ് ബോഡിയിൽ നമ്പർ 8 ലക്ഷം സ്റ്റുഡൻസും 4 ലക്ഷത്തോളം മെമ്പേഴ്സുള്ള ഒരേ ഒരു അക്കൗണ്ടിങ് ബോഡിയാണ് ഇന്ന് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട് ഓഫ് ചാർട്ടേഡ് അക്കൗണ്ട്സ് ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യ. അപ്പോൾ ഇത്രയും സ്റ്റുഡൻസും ഇത്രയും മെമ്പേഴ്സും ഉള്ള വേൾഡിലെ നമ്പർ 1 ബോഡിയായി നമ്മൾ മാറിയെന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ യു ക്യാൻ ഇമാജിൻ വാട്ട് ഈസ്. ഞാനൊരു വീഡിയോയിൽ കണ്ടതാണ് 1982 ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നത് ആകെ 16,000 1,60,000 ചാർട്ടേഡ് അക്കൗണ്ട്സ് ആയിരുന്നു 1982. ഇപ്പം നമ്മൾ 4 ലക്ഷത്തിലെത്തി. ഈ 4 ലക്ഷം ആൾക്കാരിലും ഒരാൾ പോലും ജോബില്ലാതിരിക്കുന്നില്ല. അപ്പോൾ സോ മച്ച് റിക്വയർമെൻറ്റ് ഫോർ ദി ചാർട്ടേഡ് അക്കൗണ്ട് പ്രൊഫഷൻ. വേൾഡ് വൈഡ് റെക്കഗ്നൈസ് ചെയ്യുന്നു നമ്മളുടെ പ്രൊഫഷനെ. ഇപ്പോൾ സാർ ഇവിടെ പറഞ്ഞു 36,000 രൂപയ്ക്ക് ആൾ CA പരീക്ഷ പാസ്സായതും സ്റ്റൈപ്പൻഡ് കൊണ്ട് അത് സെറ്റിൽ ചെയ്തും പറഞ്ഞു. വളരെ വർഷങ്ങൾക്ക് മുമ്പ് പറയാറ് ഏറ്റവും ചീപ്പസ്റ്റ് കോഴ്സ് ഇൻ ദ വേൾഡാണ് CA എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. ഇപ്പോൾ CA കോഴ്സ് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ടിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് ഇപ്പോഴും ചീപ്പസ്റ്റ് കോഴ്സാണ്. പക്ഷെ സ്റ്റുഡൻസിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് പ്രൈവറ്റ് കോച്ചിങ് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷനിൽ പോവുകയാണെങ്കിൽ അതിൻ്റെ കോസ്റ്റ് 3 4 ആവും. പക്ഷെ വി ആർ പ്രൊവൈഡിങ് Thrissur branch is infrastructure-wise is the second largest infrastructure institute in the South India. So you can have so much facility. Around 800 to 1,000 students are studying in various levels in our branch. So we must be proud of, especially ഞാനൊരു തൃശ്ശൂർകാരനാണ് അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് പറയുന്നത്, especially we must proud of Thrissur branch. ഇവിടെ ഇത്രയും ഫെസിലിറ്റി കൊടുക്കുന്നു. ഈവൻ നമ്മുടെ സദേൺ ഇന്ത്യ റീജിയണൽ കൗൺസിൽ SARCയിൽ നമുക്ക് ഇത്രയും സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് ഇല്ല. നമ്മുടെ ഇൻഫ്രാസ്ട്രക്ചർ കുറവാണ് അവിടെ. അപ്പം പ്രൈവറ്റ് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻസിലാണ് എല്ലാവരും പോകുന്നത്. പലരുടെയും ചിന്ത പോലും അവരാണ് CA നടത്തുന്നത് എന്നുള്ള പോലും ചിന്തയുണ്ട്. അപ്പം ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞ നമ്മൾ ആ ഒരു ചേഞ്ച് മാറി നമ്മളെല്ലാവരും എത്രയും പെട്ടെന്ന് പഠിച്ച് പാസ്സാവുക. ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസ് ആർ ദെയർ, സോ മച്ച് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി വെയിറ്റിംഗ് ഫോർ യു. So you can become a good human being as well as Kohinoor to come to this stage or to the part of our golden chain as a chartered accountant. So I wish all of you a good success in your life. ഒരു 1-2 വർഷത്തിനുള്ളിലോ 3 വർഷത്തിനുള്ളിലോ ഇതിലിരിക്കുന്ന എല്ലാവരും ചാർട്ടേഡ് അക്കൗണ്ടന്മാരായി to serve the institute, to serve the chartered accountants, serve the society. നമ്മളെല്ലാവരും വരുമെന്ന് പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നു, അതിനുവേണ്ടി പ്രാർത്ഥിക്കുന്നു. അപ്പം I congratulate Sikasa, Thrissur Sikasa for conducting this mega event in a very grand manner. All the members of Sikasa should have a clap, so please give a round of applause for them. And I want to ask a SIRC member, whatever help from my side, you can call me anytime. Normally, everybody say 24/7 into 365. I am just changing it 18/7 into 365. You can call me 6 hours I want to sleep. Otherwise, every day, morning, it will be collapsed. So, 18/7 into 365 days I am available for you. Anytime you can call me, any issues relating to your part, you can call me and I will try to solve it at the earliest. And I wish once again success for this conference. I declare the conference has been inaugurated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that inspiring address. Now I invite our branch chairman, CA Anup sir, to hand over a memento as a token of love to our chief guest, CA Sadishan sir, for his esteemed presence.
As we draw our event to a close, we have one final and important segment. It is now time for the vote of thanks. To express our gratitude and acknowledge everyone who has contributed to the success of today's gathering, I am delighted to invite the Vice Chairman of Sikasa Thrissur, Jyotis, to deliver the vote of thanks. He has been an integral part of the team, bringing dedication and enthusiasm to every aspect of his role. Please join me in welcoming Vice Chairman Jyotis to the stage to extend our thanks to all those who made today possible.
Thank you for the wonderful introduction. And our chairman Anup sir, our esteemed guest SIRC Treasurer Sadishan sir, our chairman, our Sikasa chairman Paulson sir, Shilpa ma'am, Ginu Rose ma'am, and our MCs, Sikasa committee. I have a good morning all. Okay, I am little bit nervous. Okay. I am thanking you all. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sikasa chairman, for your hard work. Like last 2 days, he didn't went to his home. Rosa ma'ams know that. And thank you, our branch chairman, for the support. And thank you, our guest, SIRC Treasurer Sadishan sir, our ex-officio member. Thank you all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to invite CA Ginny Rose Johnson, a seasoned expert in audit, accounting, and finance with over 12 years of diverse experience. A multifaceted professional, CA Generos has earned distinguished certifications in GST, forensic accounting, fraud detection, corporate tax, and certificate on insolvency and bankruptcy code. Once again, I warmly welcome CA Generos Johnson to lead an insightful and interactive session on ChatGPT, harnessing AI.
There has been a slight change in plan. Now, we are moving on to our next segment, technical session on the topic of audit. This session is designed to explore some of the most pressing and forward-looking aspects of auditing, and we are honored to have a distinguished expert to guide us through it. Our session will be chaired by the esteemed CA Silpa Ramdas, who is a past chairperson of our branch. She is a leading authority in the field of auditing. Under her expert guidance, we will explore three pivotal topics. 1. Forensic audit, the future. A look into the evolving landscape of forensic audits and what lies ahead in this critical area. 2. Role of chartered accountants in social audit. Understanding the significant impact of CA professionals have in auditing social responsibility and sustainability. 3. Importance of ethics in audit. A deep dive into why ethical considerations are fundamental to the integrity and reliability of audits. This session promises to be both insightful and thought-provoking, offering valuable perspectives that will shape our understanding of the future of auditing and our roles within it. Please join me in warmly welcoming CA Shilpa Ramdas and CA and student speakers onto the stage. Now let's welcome CA Jinu ma'am onto the stage. Now let's welcome the student speakers onto the stage.
Now I welcome Chandana onto the stage. Next, I welcome Srijwal onto the stage. And lastly, I welcome Mr. Jidin onto the stage. Now, let's welcome Ms. Chandana S. Nair, who has taken the initiative to research and present on the topic Forensic Audit, the Future. Chandana is a first-year article at LDS & Co. at Ernakulam. We are excited to hear Chandana's perspectives and learn from her findings. We wish you the best for your presentation. Student speakers, please note that there will be a warning bell after completion of 12 minutes, 14 minutes, and a final bell at 15 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to convey one matter. That is, we are moving on to the technical sessions, the first set of technical sessions today morning, the first day of BODHI. We had to cut down the session with the Board of Studies today to start the technical sessions because students should be given more time than the professionals is what we believe. So for giving ample time to the students, we are kick-starting the technical sessions. The Board of Studies session is also live. After the presentation of these 3 student speakers, you can put up any doubts. There will be an open floor. The Board of Studies queries will be answered by Gino, and I can also assist according to my knowledge. So this is also a session of the Board of Studies. So after the presentations, you can put up the queries for the Board of Studies. Thank you.
Honorable dignitaries on the dais, dear friends, and everyone present here, a very good morning to all of you. Today, myself, Chandana S. Nair, has got an opportunity to share my thoughts on one of the most prominent topics in today's times, and that is forensic audit, the future. But before dwelling deep into the topic, let's understand what is forensic audit in order to understand why forensic audit is the future. The Indian economy significantly impacts the global market, expanding its operations through various modes such as joint ventures, amalgamations, and consolidations. But this growth in business trade came along with numerous complexities. The early 21st century witnessed several white-collar crimes and financial scandals that raised concerns about the credibility of the financial structures. That is why forensic audit has taken an important role in both private and public sector since the dawn of the 21st century, especially in the advanced economies. The catastrophe of the formerly prominent public companies like Enron and WorldCom in the late 1990s and the recent incidents of corporate fraud, especially in the leading bank of the Indian economy, has significantly fueled the prominence of forensic auditing as a new important and lucrative specialty in the field of auditing. Forensic audit procedures targets mostly operational and financial frauds, discovery of hidden assets, and adherence to federal regulations. Forensic audit is a specialized field of auditing which focuses on investigating the financial records of a company to prevent and detect fraud, embezzlements, and other forms of financial misrepresentation. Jack, Bologna, and Robert defined it as an application of financial skills and an investigative mentality to unresolved issues conducted within the context of rules of evidence. Forensic audit involves analysis and review of financial records of a company or person to extract facts which can be used in the court of law. And that is why forensic audit has become a separate department or specialty in the major accounting firms. The forensic audit covers a large number of investigative activities. So the forensic auditor is called upon during the time of forensic audit as an expert witness during trial proceedings. Now let me give you a glimpse about the process of forensic audit. In addition to the traditional methods of auditing used by a forensic auditor, the forensic audit involves a lot of field work, trying to talk to multiple stakeholders, gathering information, looking for evidence, then collecting evidences of fraud and trying to identify the fraud as well as the person accused of fraud. Then the collected evidences and reviewed facts are used in the legal proceedings which assist the court in granting punishments to the person accused of fraud. Thus, forensic auditing encompasses both litigation support and investigative accounting. And that is why forensic audit is beyond the official documents. And thus, it ensures the financial health of the companies by aiding in the prevention, regulation, and penalization of financial frauds and scams. So, forensic audit as a discipline consists of auditing techniques combined with investigative skills, encompasses financial expertise, knowledge of fraud, understanding the reality of the business, and working of the legal system and the forensic audit's legal framework. But why forensic audit is the future? Financial frauds often accompany economic growth. No economy, whether it is developed or developing, is immune to financial frauds. And time again, it has been established that corporate frauds hinder the inclusive growth of economy. In the previous year too, India has witnessed that the financial frauds, corporate frauds, has blocked the golden growth of India's economy. To understand about the future, we should look into the past. So let's take a look into some of the scams that shook India. The first one, Sahara Group scam. Sahara Group was accused of failing to refund over 20,000 crore rupees to 30 million investors which it collected through 2 unlisted companies which were against the compliances and requirements of the Act. Satyam scam. B. Ramalinga Raju admitted that he inflated the profits of the company, revenue and profit margin over a period of 5 years, and the amount misappropriated was found to be around 7,200 crores. The latest being the PNB fraud case, where it relates to fraudulent letter of undertaking of more than rupees 11,000 crores, which was allegedly designed by jeweler and businessman Nirav Modi. All these scams puts relevance on the importance of forensic audit in the upcoming era, because forensic audit goes beyond the official documents, goes beyond the numbers, analyzing 100% of the data, thereby helping in the detection of fraud, by detecting the irregularities and anomalies, prevention of fraud by implementing measures to prevent future misappropriations, litigation support by providing evidences and expert testimony during trial proceedings. Let's take a quick look at how forensic audit differs from traditional audit, because the main objective is to determine the correctness of the accounts or whether any fraud has actually taken place. Whereas in traditional audit, our objective is to express opinion as to true and fair presentation. Forensic audit focuses on in-depth checking of selected transactions, and the forensic auditor may examine the accounts from the beginning of the period. Whereas in traditional audit, transactions for a particular accounting period are only covered. Even the forensic auditor carries out independent verification of suspected or selected items, whereas in traditional audit, they depend on the management confirmation. And in case of adverse findings, forensic auditors are required to quantify the amount of damage, whereas a traditional auditor does not require to do so while giving an adverse opinion. Now let's see what are the primary services rendered by a forensic auditor. Financial discrepancy analysis to detect irregularities and discrepancies in the financial statements. Litigation support by providing evidence and testimony during proceedings. Financial due diligence during mergers and acquisitions to ensure the efficiency and accuracy of the financial representations made by the target company. Risk assessment, that is evaluating the internal controls of the company and identifying if there are any deficiencies or any chances of being exploited by the fraudsters. Fraud detection and investigation. Asset tracing, tracking assets and identify them which have been kept away as a part of money laundering or such other fraudulent schemes. Compliance and regulatory reviews, forensic data analysis by using advanced forensic analytical tools, insurance claims analysis, evaluating the validity of the insurance claims, especially in a case where there is a suspect of fraud. Corporate governance reviews, employee theft investigations, that is investigating the theft, how the theft took place, and who all are involved in that. And a quick look at the techniques used in forensic audit. Interview technique, where structured or semi-structured interviews are conducted with individuals who may have a knowledge about the financial transactions which are under investigation. Benford's law, also known as the first digit law. Theory of relative size factor, which is used to identify unusual variations to detect the anomalies. Computer-assisted audit tools or CATs are the software applications and technological tools which will help to analyze large volumes of data. Data mining techniques, again a wonderful tool to analyze large sets of data, and additional techniques used are anomaly analysis, text mining, cluster analysis, etc. Ratio analysis, which helps in identifying the red flags, manipulation, financial health assessment, and comparative analysis. But also, the future of forensic audit is filled with challenges. The technological advancements. A forensic auditor has to stay ahead about the technological advancements in the field to detect fraudulent activities. Data volume and capacity. The increased data volume and capacity is also a challenge for the forensic auditor. With the increase in cybersecurity threats, the forensic auditor needs to be proficient in cybersecurity measures and digital forensics. Also, a forensic auditor has to remain updated about the regulatory changes, new compliance requirements, and ensure that his methods are in line with the new changes made. As the businesses expand globally, an auditor also needs to go in par with cross-border investigations, understand their rules and regulations, and changes in ethics, which is quite challenging. Ethical and privacy concerns to maintain public trust and integrity. shortage of qualified professionals, which will also hinder the proceedings of forensic audit. The integration of AI and machine learning into the existing methods is also a challenge. And the fraudsters are getting sophisticated day by day, which makes it difficult for the forensic auditor to detect the irregularities. And the cost constraints imposed by the organization for doing a sufficient investigation is also a challenge. But in spite of all of that, the prospects of forensic audit in the upcoming era are promising because of the increased demand for fraud detection, because of increase in the corporate frauds and scandals. Also regulatory and compliance requirements, because nowadays governments and regulatory bodies are imposing strict laws for transparency and accountability, and the services of forensic auditor becomes mandatory there. Technological advancements with the integration of AI into his methods, it increases the efficiency of the forensic auditor. As the businesses and individuals seek to legal discourse in case of disputes, they seek for the opinion of a forensic auditor who can give them expert evidence and testimony. Enhanced corporate governance. The forensic auditor ensures that the corporate governance policies of an organization are effective and implemented effectively. Collaboration with law enforcement. The forensic auditors now collaborate with the law enforcement to tackle the financial crimes because they have a vast knowledge in all these areas, because of which their services become invaluable while investigating financial crimes. ESG audits. The focus is increasing on factors of ESG, and a forensic auditor plays a very crucial role in measuring the efficiency of the ESG audits. So the future of forensic audit is robust, driven by many factors like technological advancements, increase in frauds, increase in technological advancements, increase in fraud and regulatory requirements, and the evolving landscape of financial crimes and corporate governance will enhance the importance of forensic audit in the upcoming era. I hope I could give you some insights into this topic. Thank you for listening to me patiently. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Chandana. Now let's welcome our next student speaker, Srijal Sridhar, as he shares his research and insights on role of chartered accountants in social audit. Srijal is a second-year article at Chiram Verghese and Company, Thrissur. We look forward to your presentation. Student speaker, please note that there will be warning bell after completion of 12 minutes, 14 minutes, and a final bell at 15 minutes.
Good morning, everyone present here. It's a great pleasure to be here to give a presentation on the topic role of CA in social audit. Let me begin with a question. What is auditing? I think we all know, right? We all know the definition. Auditing is an independent examination of financial statement of an entity, whether profit-oriented or not, irrespective of its size or legal form, with a view to express an opinion, right? When we do auditing, we do to find the right answer of whether the financial statements are true or not. We need to understand that whether the financial statement provides us a true and a fair view of the financial position. We do auditing to give the stakeholders the assurance about whether the financial statements are reliable, and it gives us the true and fair image of the financial positions of the organization. But when we look on to the demerits of auditing, we can understand that we rely on the data given by the management. Sometimes it may distort us, sometimes it may be not true, it may not contain facts, and sometimes the data may be like not true. So this is a major demerit of auditing. We completely depend on the data given by the organization or the management. So the stakeholders may not be able to use this, the reports of auditing for getting a clear image about the organization. So the stakeholders need a new way to understand about the organization. This is where the importance of social audit comes in. We know social audit is a new term, right? We don't know about social audit. We had heard about audit, but we had not heard about social audit. So social audit is an important tool that helps us to evaluate the organization's ethical performance. It's a way of managing things like catering the society, catering the environment, how it gives to the how it's provide to the economy of the nation. So social audit is something that new to us. We, in a world of corporate responsibility and transparency, which is increasingly under the spotlight, we have to understand that social audit is something that we need to have to do in a regular manner. We have to understand whether the organization is aligned with its vision, mission, goal, and objective. Social audit helps us to evaluate the performance of an organization which is stated in its goal, mission, and objectives. Social audit provides us the assessment about the social responsibility and the social goals which are the core activities of our business. Now you will be still wondering, what is the difference between a social audit and a financial audit? Basically, when you are looking, financial audit only concentrate on the financial terms, financial statement, etc. We only check the financial transactions and other related things. But it does not cater into or spread into the other factors. It is an narrow study. It gives us only the image of a financial position of an organization. But that is where the importance of social audit comes in. Social audit is a vast study of organization. We look on to the economical, environmental, as well as the societal areas of the organization. How it provides how it caters to the society. Usually, social audit takes an outsider view approach, where the people look on to the organization from outside. The auditors do social audit by gathering the information from outside. They collect the data from the people around the organization, how they provide to the organization, how the employees of the employees who works in the organization, then the stakeholders, the regulators, they collect information from them. It's like a public survey where the social auditor collects information and does the auditing. So it is used to assess the impact that the organization causes to the society, to the environment, and to the nation. These are the major difference. Still, you will be wondering why we need to do social audit, right? There are some important things that we should know why social audit is needed. You know, usually we used to invest using the financial statement. We check on to the financial statement. If we think the company is profitable, we used to invest accordingly. But now the trend has changed. People are running behind the image of the company. They are looking on how the company works, how the people see the organization, how they understand the organization, how it caters to the organization, how it caters to the society. So the kind of perception or the perspective of people has changed while investing. So social audit is needed in value investing. People who invest using the values of the organization, that's where social audit is relevant. And while doing social audit, we can understand that the organization is highly transparent, because the social audit may sometimes gives negative reports about the organization. We have seen that, right? Like the Adani's has as a serious fall on their shares due to the Hindenburg report. So this is, it's not a social audit, but that's how it affected the shares of the Adanis. So this is where social audit becomes relevant. When we do social audit, the people may understand that we are generous and we are transparent to the public. And while doing social audit, we can understand our demerits and deficiencies while doing a social audit. So it helps us in innovation and improvement of the organization. Now, we need to understand some principles that we need to do while doing social audit. While doing a social audit, it should be an independent verification of the organization, that it should not be biased or it should not be in the favor of the management. Then it should have a multiple stakeholder view, like it should have the views of the employees in the organization, like the people who we provide service or who use our products, then the regulators, everybody's viewpoint should be taken into consideration while doing social audit. Then we should do social audit in a regular manner, because it should be done so that we can find the deficiency that we have while doing a social audit. The regularity of doing a social audit is 2 years, and we should do it in a regular period. Then there should be transparent reporting while we do a social audit. The people who require the details of social audit should be able to access it and should be able to understand in the right way. Now let us look to the characteristics of a social auditor. A social auditor should be unbiased. He should not take the position of a management, and he should do the social audit in an independent manner. He should have the necessary expertise and knowledge while doing social audit. He should understand that social audit is done for the intended users who are looking to invest in the company or looking to understand how ethically the organization performs. So he should have the necessary expertise of doing social audit engagement and also how to report the social audit report. Then he should be professionally skeptical in mindset, because we all know that we are auditors, we all know what is professional skepticism means. So a social auditor should have a professional skeptical mindset. Then a social auditor should be independent. He should not be taking part of the management's position. He should understand that he is doing the social audit for the well-being of the society and the well-being of the nation. So he should take the responsibility of being independent, and he should provide credibility for the report that he provides to the organization. Then he should take the standards, and he should understand the standards and then do the social auditing. Then he should understand the impact of the program that he's doing, and then he should perform the social audit, because social audit is a vast study. It covers many many areas like economic, then the societal well-being, then how it caters to the nation, then how it affects the economy, etc. So he should understand the ground or the impact of his performance of his social audit, and then he should perform social audit accordingly. But still you will be wondering, right, these are the characteristics of a auditor, right? So this is how chartered accountants be a social auditor. Let us be the torch bearers. Let us come together to make the society understand about the importance of social audit, and let us make the organization also understand why social audit is relevant in the necessary days. Let us help the government in setting up a proper regulatory for creating an environment of social audit. Let us help the government understand that the importance of social audit due to the de-strengthening of the economy in our country. Now let us give assistance to the regulatory for setting up a proper social audit structure and mechanism to do social audit. Let us take the necessary training and do the certification courses to be a social auditor. Let us learn more about the standards of social audit. Let us understand more about the reporting standards of social audit. Then let us make laws. Let us help the government in making laws to set up creating an environment where social audit is done on a regular basis. We chartered accountants are the professionals who have high expertise in financial areas. We had spread our wings to other related services too, because now we are now able to understand how the economy works. So we have acquired skills and knowledge over time. So let us understand the government for the importance of social audit and help in creating the nation a system where social audit is done. We know our dearest president, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam sir, said, chartered accountants are the partners of building nation. Let us all come together, hold our hands together, and make our India a better Indian business ecosystem where the strength and the resilience of social audit is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Srijal, for that beautiful presentation. Now, we are pleased to have Mr. Jithin Baby to share the insight on importance of ethics in audit, a topic that resonates with us all. Jithin is a third-year article at JRS company at Ernakulam. We are excited to hear Jithin's perspective and learn from their findings. We look forward to your presentation. Student speaker, please note there will be a warning bell after completion of 12 minutes, 14 minutes, and a final bell at 15 minutes.
Hello? 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 Mic over. ഇത് വരുന്ന എവിടെയാ? ഹലോ?
അവിടെ കാണിച്ചാൽ
Hello? Hello? Far, far ago, there was a small village called? Far, far ago, there was a small village called Dholakpur. Dholakpur was very famous with small superhero. Any guess? Beam, 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 chota beam, chota beam. But the real superhero of Dholakpur, the real entrepreneur of Dholakpur was our Tundunati. Why? Because she owns Tundunati Ladus Private Limited. She sells world's best ladus. Do you know who is the auditor of Tundunati Ladus Private Limited? The auditor of Tundunati Ladus Private Limited was our chartered accountant Tanka Chetan. He's a very bad guy. Do you know why? Because every night after 10:30, this Tanka Chetan sends out Tundunati messages that എന്താ മോളെ ഉറങ്ങിയോ എന്ത് ഡ്രസ് ഇട്ടിരിക്കുന്നേ എന്താ മോളെ ജാടയാണോ. Even after that, whenever they see a Tankan Chetan comes to a Tundunati Enterprises, he tells very abusive messages and abusive language to the employees. What a pathetic situation. What a miserable situation. Our Tundunati was literally crying every night. She didn't even know what to do. At that time, our small superhero, who? Chota Bhim. Chota Bhim came to see our Tundunati. Our Tundunati was literally crying. Chota Bhim came to our Tundunati and asked, what happened, Tundunati? Tundunati just explained what just is happening. Bhim told that, Arey Tundunati, don't worry, don't cry. I will call my friend. He is a very famous chartered accountant and a CA audit faculty. He will explain and give a solution. So friends, my question is, do you know who is the friend of Chota Bheem, a very famous chartered accountant and audit faculty? Dolu Bolu? Chuki? Kalia? There comes the friend of Chota Bheem. I am Jidin Baby. I am going to present on the topic, importance of ethics in auditing. A warm good morning. A warm good morning to one and all, honorable dignitaries who has been placed on the dais, my fellow participants, and I heartily welcome you all to my presentation. I told Tundu Nandi and Chota Bheem that, Are Tundu Nandi, don't worry. There was a very famous case which has been happened in the last year, which was versus Sudhir Kumar Agrawal versus CA Raghav Mangal. This chartered accountant has sent abusive messages to Sudhir Kumar Agrawal in WhatsApp. And the NFRA has taken disciplinary action against him. On 29th April 2024, a few months back, the newspaper headline says that NFRA slaps 1 crore penalty on the firm which consists of ICA CCM members and 2 partners were debarred. The penalties increasing by NFRA users are increasing day by day. But the question remains same. Why? It is because of the unrelenting hunting down of CA by the NFRA due to the disrepute and misconduct which they have done to the profession at institute. So friends, it is our duty to adhere the professional duties and professional standards in auditing. So friends, today we are going to explore on the topic, importance of ethics in the auditing. The first thing we are going to discuss is fundamental principles of auditing. There are 5 fundamental principles of auditing. First one is integrity, objectivity, confidentiality, professional due care and competence, professional behavior. To understand these 5 principles, let me welcome one person to the discussion. Stephen Nedumale. He is a qualified chartered accountant currently practicing at Emburan LLP and is extremely rich. The first thing Stephen should possess is integrity, which means Stephen should be straightforward and honest in his business relationship and his professional relationship. He should not be knowingly associated with any materially false statement or misleading statement or any negligent information, and he should not omit any information. Okay? This comes in the integrity. The next one is objectivity. Objectivity, which means Mr. Stephen do not compromise his professional judgment due to bias, conflict of interest, and undue influence of others. So friends, I have to tell you, we also do not compromise our objectivity. If someone is offering us crores of rupees, so the boys out there, I have to tell you only one thing, don't be biased if the client is looking so cute, okay? And the next one is professional competence and due care, which means Mr. Stephen should have the professional knowledge and the skill to do the statutory audit, which means he should be a qualifying chartered accountant and he should act diligently. If he didn't act diligently, he will be held under guilty under Clause 7, Part 1 of second schedule. We will be discussing it later. So friends, now comes the most important principle, confidentiality. In simple words, confidentiality means we do not disclose the information which is acquired from the client and do not use it for our personal advantage. Which means an auditor has to keep high level of confidentiality with the client. So friends, my question is that whether this confidentiality should be kept even after the business relationship is over? Yes. Imagine a situation. C.S. Stephen is the auditor of Turbojos Private Limited, and they have some kind of serious fight, and C.S. Stephen has been removed from Turbojos Private Limited. At that time, the competitor of Turbojos Private Limited, Chakoji came to see C.S. Stephen and offered him 50 lakh rupees to share the profit-making strategy of Turbojos Private Limited. Can Stephen accept this offer? No. Which means, as an auditor, even after the business relationship is over, we do not disclose the confidential information. But, exemptions. I don't like exemption, but I say like it. The circumstances where the confidential information which can be shared. The first one, if it is required by law, if the law is asking you to disclose information, that time don't tell that, no sir, I cannot share sir, I have confidentiality sir. No, you have to share it, okay? So my another question is, if the income tax department is asking you to share the working papers of an auditor, can you share that? No, income tax department is not the law, okay? The working papers are the property of a chartered accountant. It can be shared at on his discretion, provided that if the working papers contain any confidential information, the proper authorization from the client is needed. The second thing is, if it is permitted by law and authorized by the client, which means you can disclose the confidential information if you have a proper authorization from the client. Third one, you can disclose information in order for the professional duty to disclose, which means in case of peer review and quality review which has been done by ICA, and in case of inquiry and investigations, and in order to protect the professional interest and comply with the technical and professional standards. Friends, this was a 5-mark question which has been asked in last CA final May audit examinations. I hope you all can write this. Yes, energy. The next one is professional behavior. Avoid any conduct that might discredit the profession, which means as a chartered accountant, if you bring any disrepute or misconduct to the profession, you will be held guilty under the clause of Chartered Accounts Act. We will be discussing later. That's all for the fundamental principles of auditing. Let's come back to Sotabi. We got energy. Beam likes 2 things. One is Ledu. What next? Chuki. Let me tell you one secret. Chuki is the girlfriend and Indumadi is the bestie. Bestie yuga. Energy. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please wear your seatbelts. We are going deep into the knowledge. The Chartered Accountant Act has been divided into 2, first schedule and second schedule. The difference between 2 schedules are based on the severity of misconduct. The first schedule, which means it consists of less severe misconduct, and the second schedule, which consists of more severe misconduct. This schedule has been divided into several parts and several clauses. Due to the time constraint, I will be only explain one clause in each schedule. Okay? The first thing we are going to discuss is Clause 2, Part 4 of the first schedule, which means a member of ICA, whether in practice or not, shall be deemed to be guilty of misconduct if the counsel of he brings disrepute to the profession and the institute as a result of his action, whether related to his professional work or not. I am highlighting those words. In the action which is related to his professional work. You guys think that what is the importance of this clause? As a chartered accountant, if you are doing anything wrong in your personal affairs, you will be held guilty under this law. There are hundreds of examples. Let me tell one example. One day morning you have gone and watched RDX movie. Due to that adrenaline rush, you have came to street and fight with many strangers. You will be held guilty under this law. You have married. After marriage, you and your partner have serious fight. If the partners use in the court and the institute, you will be held guilty under this law. So what does this clause say? As a chartered accountant, you have to maintain high level of integrity in your professional and personal affairs. There comes the next clause. Clause 7, Part 1 of second schedule. A CA in practice shall be deemed to be guilty if he does not exercise due diligence and is or grossly negligent in conduct of his professional duty. This particular clause is a nightmare for practicing chartered accountants. Why? Because this clause increases the quality of audit. What does this clause tell? As a chartered accountant, we have to follow several standards of auditing. There are hundreds of examples on in this case also. If we are doing an audit, if you are doing a stock audit, without going that place properly and only relying on the management reports, you will be held on guilty. If you are doing an audit and doesn't check the passbook and cash book balances, it is a very basic audit principle. You will be held under guilty. If you have not checked a fourth check which that you can be, you will be held under guilty. That's why these two clauses fire nahi hai, clever hai. So friends, on the introduction I have told one thing. NFRS lapse penalties. So now we are going to discuss about what all are the penalties which NFR has been taken. This penalties has two sides. First one is first schedule. If a chartered accountant has done any misconduct which comes in the first schedule, his or her name will be removed for 3 months and he should have to pay a fine of 3 lakhs. But about if he has done any misconduct in the second schedule, then his name will be removed temporarily. Sorry, his name will be removed permanently from the members of register or for any duration as they may decide, and 5 lakhs fine. So friends, I have to tell you only one thing, that importance of ethics as a chartered accountant is very important. I am concluding my presentation just only referring the words of Lalatan. Money, professional misconduct is a dirty business. This I say illa. ഇതിനെങ്കിലും ഒന്ന് പറ, നീയും ചെയ്യില്ല. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Judin Baby, for a mind-blowing presentation. Now, let's welcome our session chairperson, C.A. Shilpa ma'am, to share her insights on the topic.
So, good morning. I'm very happy to address you on this New Year Day. Today is Chingam 1st, the New Year Day of Malayalam year. And on this fine day, to see so much of students together is a very happy experience. And thank you for giving me an opportunity to chair the first technical session. And listening to these three speakers was a very enchanting experience for me. Let me call upon Chandana, Srijwal and Jitin to come in front of the stage, please. Can you give them a loud applause? Thank you, thank you. You can take your chairs. To come forward, to stand in front of at least 10 people and speak on a matter, it really requires an amount of courage and boldness. Don't you believe? Yes. The first thing to start from is from your home itself. Start speaking in front of your mirror first. You have a bedroom, you have a mirror, start speaking in front of that. Whether you know the topic or not, start speaking first inside your bedroom to yourself. Only after that, you will be able to speak in front of at least 10 people. You believe that? For anything, there has to be a preparation, and they have made their preparations very well. All three have presented it nicely. Congratulations. And on all the three topics, they have given you fresh perspectives, like Tuntun Aunty, he gave very innovative ideas. You won't forget ethics. Even though ethics is a very serious affair, he has presented it so lightly. Jitin has given a very light view of the ethics, and I'm very happy for that, because when we attend the ethics seminar, everyone tend to sleep. Everyone. Even though ethics is supposed to be a very serious affair, today I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it, Jitin. And going into the topics which they presented, first Chandana had presented about forensic audit, and all of you will be very familiar about cryptocurrency fraud, intellectual property theft, etc. You could have heard about it. Have you heard about it? Yes, because we are getting to read it from the newspapers every day that there are cryptocurrency frauds, there are intellectual property theft. So how to come about it? How to prevent such frauds? We always think how to put a stop to such things. The answer is forensic audit. And forensic audit, one thing I would like to correct Chandana on is that she said in a modified audit report, you don't have to quantify the amounts. Yes, even in a modified audit report, even if it is a normal audit, you have to quantify it, not only in forensic audit. Once you have to modify your audit report, you're giving a clear audit report, quantification is not necessary, but once you're giving a qualified audit report or a modified audit report, you have to quantify the amount of your modification. It's not only in forensic audit, it's there in every audit. So one correction was there. In all other things, she was perfect. Then to give you a small idea of what a forensic audit is, it's a specialized discipline. Forensic audit is a specialized discipline. It is not like other audit because you have to have a specified skill set to do a forensic audit, because forensic audit mainly depends on a fraud which has occurred or which might occur in an organization. So you are going to unearth some things, so you have to be very skeptical. Not like the normal audit, you have to be very skeptical about the data that is given to you. You have to be skeptical about the persons who you are dealing with. You have to be very thorough with the laws that govern that area, as well as she said, cross-border investigation. Because nowadays, businesses run internationally. Not only in India, they have international relationships. So you will have to be thorough with cross-border investigations as well. So that was about forensic audit, and I think she has covered it nicely. The second was Srijwal, speaking about social audit. Social audit, I think, can be put very lightly as social audit and financial audit. It varies in in a few things, but if you take an organization as a sphere, you take the society as another sphere. If you are an auditor, you stand inside the sphere of the organization. That is, you get data from inside the organization, you audit it, you give the results to the organization as well as the stakeholders. But when you are a social auditor, you stand outside the sphere, in between the society and the organization. You have to see how the organization caters to the society, what all they are doing for staff welfare, for environmental upkeep and such things, how they are going, their vision, mission, and all those things which go into improving the societal life. That is what you look for when you are a social auditor. So putting it simply, you are outside the organization when you do a social audit, and for a financial audit, you are inside the organization. You get to have all the data which is being provided by the organization. In case of a social audit, you have to collect data from outside as well. So, as he said, there are very perspectives before you invest in a company, and he was giving the example of Adani's. One example which I have, a live example which I have, is about a friend who had been working in Satyam Computers. He was in a very high position working in Satyam Computers, and as soon as the Satyam scam rolled out, overnight his life changed. He was living in an apartment consisting of some 52 flats, and he was telling me the day the Satyam scam broke out, the next day people started looking at him as if he's what do you say, a culprit. Overnight life changed. That's where the importance of social audit comes in. If there had been a social audit for Satyam Computers, sometimes that scam might not have been there. So that is the importance of social audit in the social scenario. Then he said the characteristics of a social auditor. I believe every auditor should have such characteristics, not only a social auditor. In every audit, you should keep up all these things, not only in a social audit. He said a person has to be skeptical, he has to be very environmental friendly, staff friendly, all these things should go in a normal audit also. Then the third was on ethics. I said ethics is a very, very serious affair. Even though ethics is being pronounced by various entities, ICAI, or like it has been pronounced in many laws, ethics is not something that should be imposed from outside, is what I strongly believe. Ethics should come from within. I should have a standard put forth for my professional services being rendered. I should have a transparency, I should have an ethics for my own. So what I have to tell you, being budding chartered accountants, is that ethics is not something which has to be compulsorily done. It is not being, it's not like something which is thrusted upon you to do this, to not to do this. No, you should have a set of principles when you are a professional. You're all budding professionals. You're all coming into the era of, into a very challenging professionals. So when you enter a challenging place, first thing you have to keep up is your ethics. And ethics is very important because when two chartered accountants are being compared, I heard Sadishan sir saying that the percentage of pass percentage has increased to 36%. It was somewhere around below 10 before, and it has increased. And imagine a situation where a company is considering two different auditors, maybe your friend and yourself. The first thing that goes into them is the standard of auditing that you keep up and maintain. The first thing they look into. It's not how you render the work or how accurately you give the work, because nowadays with technological advancements, with the advent of AI and such machine tools, accuracy is not a question at all. Accuracy is not the thing they look into. They look into only two things, that is the speed of rendering work and the standard of rendering work. These two you have to keep up at all points of time. As Sadishan sir said, I will not be available for 6 hours, I will be available only 18 into 7 into 365 is what he said. But during the beginning days of practice, it's my advice to you, never switch off your mobile phones. Because if you switch off, there will be another person who will be attending the call. Please have that in your mind. You should make yourself available to something when you are into a profession. And our profession, in that matter, all of you know that our profession is a service profession. We are into service. As good as a doctor, we are into the service of a client. And a client is facing a survey, income tax survey. It might come up at 7 o'clock in the night. And the client will be in a frenzy, he'll be calling us. But my office time is over, I won't pick up the call. How will he feel? How will the client feel? If I don't pick up the call when he is in a panic situation and he is calling me at 7 o'clock, the income tax people has come for survey, what should I say? What should I not say? If I am not there to guide him, somebody else will definitely guide him. I'm sure about that. So first thing is availability. Make yourself available and keep up your standards as always. And as you know, you are into the most respectable finance profession in the world. The most respectable finance profession. You will have challenges in front. Many, many challenges. But one thing I have to tell you is that go in for specialization. Gone are the days where you say, I am a chartered accountant, I will do everything below the sun. No, you cannot. Nowadays, it is becoming very difficult to study all the enactments, to do all the things that come to you. It is not easy. Go in, after CA, you should go in for specialization. Either you should specialize in insolvency practice, or you can specialize in AI. Some may specialize in teaching. They will be very good in teaching, because I have seen rank holders who cannot convey a single idea to a person near them. They know everything, but to convey a matter is a different thing altogether. To communicate a matter, to make a person convince what you have said is a different matter altogether. So find out where you are good at. Find out your passion. Whether you're good at practice, you want to join an industry, you want to specialize in AI, you want to specialize in insolvency practice, or you are good at any other banking industry. All these things you have to find by yourself. No one else is going to help you. So you have to find out what is my strong point. Go ahead and specialize your strong point. That will make you comfortable. Otherwise, you will have to take efforts and efforts, so much of efforts to come up. Once you identify a strong point and work on that, you will definitely succeed. Then one more thing, people will tell you that this is the right time to study. There is no right time in life. take it from me, there is no right time. Right time is when you feel it is right. I can give you an example for that because many of you could have attended classes at Prayan, Kochi. Has anyone of you attended classes at Prayan? Yes. My sister, she's a faculty over there, and she was a graduate. After MBA, she joined a bank, and she was working with IndusInd Bank. Because her husband got transferred, she went to Jaipur, and at that time, her elder daughter was doing her +2, and younger one was studying for 10th standard. And she asked me, Shilpa, shall I register CA and study? So I was a bit skeptical on that, but I said, okay, Chichi, you can go on. Just give your try. But by the time her daughters completed her 10th and +2, she qualified CA. So there is nothing called as right time in life. She's a faculty with Prayan today. She's doing her private practice. Very happy. So even if you don't succeed in these 3 years, please don't give up. There is always a right time in life. Be optimistic that you have a time. And nowadays, it's not like you pass out, you work for some company, lifetime you work there. No, it's not like that. Once you pass out, you might work for 2 years. Again, you can go in for a specialization or a post-research study or a PhD as you like. And after that, you can again come back to practice. So today, there is no hard and fast rules. The world is open. It is liberal. You can travel anywhere, settle anywhere. You can specialize in anything. So take things lightly. Don't complicate things by yourself. And with that ease, you should study and pass CA. I wish all the best to all the students here and wish to see you as chartered accountants in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your thoughts. Let's recognize the incredible effort of our student speakers who gave us wonderful presentation. I welcome C. Shilpa ma'am to honor them. Student speakers, please come forward and accept your mementos. Ms. Chandana S. Nair on forensic audit. On role of CS in social audit. Mr. Srijul Sridhar on role of chartered accountants in social audit. Next, I welcome Mr. Jithin Baby for importance of ethics in audit.
Now, we move on to the most awaited moment of the day. We will now honor the best student paper presenter of the first technical session with the topic audit. We have all witnessed 3 beautiful paper presentations, and now it is time for us to announce the winner. The winner of the first technical session is, congratulations, Mr. Jithin Baby. I welcome Shilpa ma'am to give the award. I also welcome Jinu ma'am and Paulson sir to join. Everyone please give a huge round of applause.
Now, let's welcome CA Paulson sir, SICASA chairman, to honor our session chairman, CA Shilpa ma'am. Shilpa ma'am, please join the stage.
Now, I invite Jinu ma'am to address the audience.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know everyone is hungry after the technical sessions and inaugural session. Everything was so long, and being students, it's difficult to have a long, attention span. I know, because I have a son who is studying in 3rd standard, and I know how difficult it is to manage his attention. The focus that he can give to subjects is very less. As technology has advanced, I know it is even more difficult. So thank you for being so patient and listening to all the sessions very carefully, as these were the most important sessions, topics, which you have to take forward when you qualify. I know within the 2 or 3 years ahead, you all will be a qualified chartered accountants. I assume everyone is doing their articleships. Can you raise your hands who are all doing their articleship or have completed? Yes. So I guessed it right. All of you are going to be chartered accountants in 2 or 3 years, I'm sure. So I was asked to, to share a few things about AI, artificial intelligence. As we know, ChatGPT is the buzzword in today's AI's arena. So I hope everyone is using ChatGPT, right, in their offices. Everybody? Is there anybody who is not using? I would like to have that person on light, because if you're not using this particular, the strongest, or we can say the powerful tool which you can have or have had ever is ChatGPT. So I have got the opportunity to talk or to learn about ChatGPT from our very own Pattabhiram sir, which just happened because I was open to learn things. I'm not saying it as a pride thing, but I'm telling each and every one of you to have an open mind to learn anything which comes in front of you. Or being a chartered accountant, we might think that technology is not our thing, but my friends, I would say technology is our thing, because previously, when repetitive jobs were taken over by technology, now AI is coming after the most paid or most important jobs in the market. So we are not spared from that too. Chartered accountants who are not using technology will definitely be replaced by those who do use. So my request is to everyone to use ChatGPT. Would you like to have some session, or this talking is enough? Because I know the time is running. Can I take you through a few examples of how to use it in your day-to-day life of AI? Yeah, thank you. We can talk and talk about AI, right? We can go on for hours talking about ChatGPT, because the time will be never enough to discuss this particular important or the most, buzzing word in the AI world. I'll run through it faster because of lack of time. This is the way the internet has evolved, or the technology has evolved over time. We know how internet has come. It evolved into email. We started using search engines, and then came the social media, right? Everyone is under the influence of social media, I know. But it is the difference what will make is how are you using social media? Are you making it to damage your career or to make your career is dependent upon you? I know a lot of chartered accountants who newly qualified do not go either into practice nor into industry, and they choose to be social media influencer. Have you heard about Sakshi Jain? Right? You have heard, right? Then you have heard about CA Rachana Ranade. She was into teaching and then later switched on to this social media thing, but she is tremendously successful in the social media influencing world. How is this happening? Or what is the change that switched or that made one more career into our list of what chartered accountants can do? It is because of technological advancement. So choose wisely how to use social media. Then came Google Map, right? You can just put in the location and reach the right location whenever you want, wherever you want, even in the country where you have not been. You land up by air and you can travel using your GMap. It was never possible without technology. But my dear friends, I'm telling ChatGPT is most powerful than all these which have come before him. So in this particular book, I hope you have not lost the interest in reading books after this technology has advanced so much. So you have to read. Reading is to mind what exercise is to your body, right? So you have to keep up reading. So this particular book explains, and this was published, I think, 10 or 12 years back, but it had clearly told that technology is going to take away all the jobs. They are coming for your job, and it has actually happened. Translators have lost their jobs, poets, lyricists, which we could have never imagined. That poem and writing, drawing pictures, writing, all these are, the special talents which people get when they are born, or with immense practice, or with your, the time you take to become a poet or lyricist or writer is immense. But my dear friends, even those jobs are taken by ChatGPT or any artificial intelligence for that matter. Web designer, can you imagine being layman designing websites? We cannot. 10 years back, 5 years back, we couldn't have imagined designing a website by ourselves. But with the advancement of technology, a layman can design websites, right? I have in my office, my website is designed by myself. I have given it to a third party, but the content or everything in the website has been inputted by me. How was this possible? It was possible because of ChatGPT. I made a wonderful, profile of mine and put it into the website, which I couldn't have done or wouldn't have taken the effort if ChatGPT was not in my hands. Proofreading. Proofreading was a highly payable job before, but now we do not need it with the invention of Grammarly. I hope everyone is using Grammarly. We even do not need to know the correct language itself. AI will do that for us. Social media managers, it's a new job. You know, right? So digital marketing is a highly paid job. You can manage 10 to 15 people at a time by charging high fees, being social media managers. And travel agents, they have lost their job like anything, because you can just search in Google or ask ChatGPT to guide you through how to travel in Thrissur. I want to visit. I'll be in Thrissur for 2 days. Give me an itinerary. It will beautifully give you itinerary of what all places you can visit in 2 days, which could not have been happened before, right? And the jobs which will gain is journalists, lawyers, graphic designers, accountants and auditors, teachers, financial analysts. When we say accountants and auditors will not lose job, only those who use technology or artificial intelligence. You know the difference between Google and ChatGPT, right? Google gives you the links, and ChatGPT gives you the exact answer what you are seeking. For example, you have your mobile phones in your hands, you have ChatGPT installed, even if it is not paid, free version will do, you have it, right? Can you type, give me 10 sentences which I can share in front of an audience for 2 minutes? Try it in Google and in ChatGPT as well, and see the difference of the answer. Google will throw out all the links which they know or related to ChatGPT or about technology. But ChatGPT will give you the script to say in front of the audience. You can exactly read out that or remember in your mind and you can speak it out. That's the difference between ChatGPT and Google. You can never even compare those two. One is search engine and other one is a friend who chats to you in your language. Technically speaking, GPT means generative pre-trained transformer. That means it has been fed with a lot of information from internet. So where is the source of, what is the source of information or the knowledge of ChatGPT? It is the internet. ChatGPT is available in Android, iOS, and it is free. If you want to subscribe to paid version, it can give you wonders. It can give you, I will show you some examples of what a paid version of ChatGPT can provide you. This is the landing page of ChatGPT, and this is the time ChatGPT took to reach 100 million users globally. It was just 2 months, which has beaten all the apps or softwares which you can say, even Instagram. It has beaten even the Instagram, which is considered to be mostly used worldwide. So there is free version and a paid version. The difference is that free version will take some time to give you the reply because it will go back to internet, search for the best answer, for concising and for reasoning. It will take some time and it will give you the answer. But in the free version, you will get the answers immediately. But the fault with the free version is that it is updated only till January 2022, right? This is the difference of amount of the data that has been fed into ChatGPT free version and ChatGPT 4. ChatGPT 4 is the paid version. The blue thing is the amount of data which has gone into ChatGPT 4, and the red dot is the amount of data on which ChatGPT free version or the ChatGPT 3 is trained on. You can see the difference, right? For the amount you pay for getting it subscribed is very less compared to what you spend on Netflix and other, social media things. You have seen this, right? This has been being forwarded in, WhatsApp and all. Even the chai seller has been updated himself with GPT. It is ginger. What is it? AI is adrak and elaichi, genuinely pure tea. Have you seen this video? Because I have already presented this topic before, but I think the audience is different, so you can see that. There's no audio. Sorry, we can continue without audio. You know, technological glitches. So you know, now you know that however or how much ever the technology advance, human have the edge over technology, right? It is just that how we use the technology. So let's watch this video. Watch this video without audio, okay? You will still understand. She's trying to knock the door to call someone, okay? She has no other option, so she's throwing the stone to call that person. Then a well-wisher arrives and handovers his mobile phone to her. I think this is the initial days when, what did she do with it? She did not use it properly. She did not use it, put it to use for which it was meant to. She threw it like a stone, and alas, the person who gave the mobile phone lost, right? So we have to use the technology in the correct manner. Like I said, social media you have to use diligently. Similarly, every technology you have to use or put into use for the intended purpose. So having said about all the good things about AI, it comes with its own limitations, right? As it is not connected to internet, it is biased as well. Like human being, it is also biased. Like for example, I asked ChatGPT to give examples of career which women can have, okay? So it started giving me examples like teaching, in medicine. It did not give me the example of chartered accountant or any roles like CEOs, CFOs. It is biased according to, I think, men have fed the information into the ChatGPT, I think. So it is biased, okay? And it hallucinates the output as well. So one of the lawyer asked for the case law examples, okay? So what ChatGPT did is, it made some stories and gave an example of case law with citation of some, under section this and this. You can use this as an example. And this person, this lawyer, took it to the court as well. And he was bashed by judge because there was no such case. Okay, it had hallucinated and given the output. So 100% you cannot rely on ChatGPT. And you know, ChatGPT has leaked information from Samsung company as well. Because to get information from ChatGPT, you have to feed in the information. So the information which was fed to ChatGPT had leaked the critical information about Samsung, and it has banned ChatGPT in their organization. Compared to other subjects, ChatGPT is very bad in accounting and mathematics. But you have to give some time. It will gain expertise in that too. Maybe in 4 or 5 years, you can see the wonders of ChatGPT even in mathematics and accounting as well. So this was an interesting video. I'm very sad that there is no audio. So this person has come to buy something, and this lady who is billing asked for his mobile phone and name, that's it, okay? And she said everything, like we say, jadaga about that person, that you reside in this is your date of birth. See, you can read the subtitles, and they told his wife's name, favorite breakfast, where he had gone for his summer, and he is he has some allergy as well. So that is the amount of information technology has about this person. And he asked in return, how do you know about all these things? She replied that, sorry, Data Protection Act. You have heard about Data Protection Act, right? It is applicable to us as well, because as chartered accountants, we have so many private and critical information about our clients, right? So if anything goes out of our office, we will be facing consequences for that. So these are the capability of ChatGPT. It helps in writing, it can advise, being travel agent or for event planning. Testing, we can conduct examinations and tests. So I take classes for some people who is learning CMA US. Okay, I have no idea about how their exam structure is. So I asked ChatGPT, give me examples of their questions, and voila, it has given me a list of questions. Even the coaching institute doesn't have the MCQs or the question structure of that course, but ChatGPT knows everything, and I made use of it. Checklist. For our audit purpose, we can make audit checklist from ChatGPT. And then hacks, life hacks, technology hacks. If you do not know Excel formula, just go to ChatGPT and ask formula for sorting, filtering, or doing VLOOKUP. Everything it will give in step-by-step manner. And there is a wonder it can do. It can even give codes to prepare PPTs. This PPT has been prepared with the help of ChatGPT. Not only code, it can give you the ready-made PPT which you can just play and work on it. So there is a structure in which you have to ask question to ChatGPT. Okay, you cannot simply ask, hi, hello, this is my requirement, give me that. There is a mode or the way in which you have to ask ChatGPT. It is called slice. You have to be specific. You have to list the role. Like if you want to ask and doubt, I understand. You can say that as a chartered accountant, you are listing a role to it, right? As a chartered accountant, help me, give me so and so information. You have to instruct it. Give me in 100 words. You have to say constraint, like this is for budgeting purpose, so constrain your answers within that topic. You have to give examples and take examples for better communication with ChatGPT. So that is it about, because it is lunchtime. We'll take some other session on it to complete it, or I hope you understood the power of ChatGPT, right? That is what was intended, okay? So even if you go to audit, to your practice, to industry, or teaching, or social media influencer, you can make use of this particular friend in any ways, okay? Thank you so much for being patient. Thank you, Shilpa ma'am, and thank you, Paulson sir, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Jinu ma'am, for sharing your thoughts. This marks the end of first technical session. As we reach the midpoint of our conference, it's time to take a well-deserved break. We are now breaking for lunch, so please feel free to head to the dining area and enjoy a delicious meal. This is also a great opportunity to network with fellow attendees, discuss the session we had so far, and reach out for the exciting sessions still ahead. We will reconvene promptly at 2 p.m. for the next part of our program. So please be sure to return on time to make the most of the remainder of our conference. Enjoy your lunch. See you here back shortly.
Everyone, please listen. If you have any queries regarding Board of Studies, the fascinating world of startups. I'm thrilled to introduce our session chair for this segment, CA Sony CL, who brings a wealth of experience and insight into the startup ecosystem. Under CA Sony's expert guidance, we will explore some of the most critical aspects of startups today. This session will feature 3 insightful presentations. Our first topic is role of chartered accountants in the ideation to exit journey. This presentation will highlight how CA professionals play a crucial role throughout the startup lifecycle, from the initial idea to the eventual exit strategy. Second one, valuation and funding. Here, we will gain an understanding of how startups are valued and explore various funding options available to them, shedding light on key considerations and strategies. Our last and final topic, legal compliance and taxation. This presentation will cover essential legal and tax-related aspects that startups must navigate to ensure compliance and optimize their financial management. Each topic is designed to provide valuable insights and practical knowledge that will benefit anyone involved in or interested in the startup world. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to CA Sony CL and our esteemed paper presenters onto the stage. With a big round of applause, let's welcome CA Sony CL. Our student speakers, Anju Satyan, Mohammad Hashir, Mohammad Hashir, Harshida KS,
Now, let's welcome Ms. Anju Satyan, who has taken the initiative to research and present on the topic Role of Chartered Accountants in Ideation to Exit Journey. Anju is a second-year article at Mahadevan and Hari Chartered Accountants in Thrissur. We are excited to hear Anju's perspectives and learn from her findings. We wish you all the best for your presentation. Speakers, please note that there will be a warning bell after completion of 12 minutes, 14 minutes, and a final bell at 15 minutes. Thank you. Hello, check, check.
Dhanam tatra gacchati yatra vrittihi. Wealth goes where wisdom resides. This quote reflects the idea that financial success is closely linked with the wise and informed decision making. It highlights the enduring relevance of managing wealth wisely and in prudence in this wisdom in this competitively dynamic startup landscape in India. Yasya sat dana sampantihi, tasya sat sarva vibhattihi. He who has wealth is subject to all kinds of problems. This quote reflects the idea that financial prosperity brings its own challenges, emphasizing the importance of managing wealth wisely and being prepared to face the consequences that come with it. A warm good afternoon to all the esteemed guests and my dear young future chartered accountants. Myself, Anju Satyan, undergoing articleship at Mahadevan and Hari Chartered Accountants in Thrissur. Today, we are going to discuss on the topic, the role of CAs in ideation to exit journey. Let's start. What is startup? Startup is a young company found to develop a unique product or service and bring it to a market. They are characterized by scalability, innovation, and high degree of uncertainty. Think of Ola, which is started as a small venture and became a ride-sharing company in India. Let's shift it gears towards its life cycle. The first stage, ideation. It is a brainstorming phase where the idea is conceived. It involves the market research and validation. And the second stage, validation. Here, the idea is tested through various prototypes and the market research and feedbacks. And the third stage, funding. Startup needs capital to grow. The fund can come from angel investors, crowdfunding, and venture capitalists. And the fourth one, scaling. In this phase, the startup expands its business, entering into new markets and create new customer bases. And the last stage, maturity and exit. In this stage, the startup becomes a stable company and consider the exit options like IPOs, acquisitions, and mergers, etc. What is the importance of startups in India? The first one, economic growth. Startup contribute significantly to India's GDP. For instance, Flipkart not only became a massive e-commerce platform, but also created thousands of jobs in India. And the second one, innovation. Startups drives innovation. The main example, the Paytm, which revolutionized the digital payments in India, making cashless transactions a norm. And the third one, job creation. By 2025, Indian startups are expected to create over 3 million jobs that not only reduce the unemployment in India, but also foster the culture of entrepreneurship. And the last but not least, global recognition. The Indian startups like Zomato have gained the international recognition and put India into a global startup map. One question for you all. Do you think the startups are essential for a country's development? Yes, the startups are the engine of innovation and economic growth in India. To its exciting phase of life cycle from ideation to exit, each phase presenting its unique opportunities and challenges. Adversity introduces a man to himself. This adage especially holds true in the dynamic world of startup. Navigating this complex financial landscape of startup is skin sailing through the turbulent waters. Here, the chartered accountant emerge as indispensable navigators to guide the startup to overcome its financial problems through their expertise and strategic foresight. From ideation to exit, this plays a pivotal role in order to overcoming their financial challenges and ensure the startups not only survive but thrive. So let's discuss how the CA is going to assist the startup in order to overcoming these financial hurdles in its each phase of life cycle. To understand this journey better, let's take an example of Flipkart, one of India's most successful startup. First stage, ideation. The Flipkart journey began in 2007 when Sachin Bansal and Binny Bansal, both former Amazon employees, envisioned creating an online bookstore tailored to the Indian market. However, bringing this idea to life required more than just a vision. It needed a meticulous planning and validation. The first step was to conduct a comprehensive feasibility studies to assess the market demand for online book sales in India. And this research laid their foundation for their business plan, outlined with their vision, target market, revenue models, and the initial investments to kickstart the operations. Here, the chartered accountant played a pivotal role. They provided essential advisory services to refine their business plan in order to ensure they are financially sound and practical. Also, moreover, the CAs are very instrumental in structuring the business. They are advising on the ownership and the establishment of Flipkart as a private limited company. This solid foundation is set stage for what would become one of India's most successful startup by transforming from a simple idea to a retail giant. Let's go to the second stage, validation. In Flipkart early days, the founders started with a simple but an ambitious idea of started to selling books online from their own apartment. Operating on a tight cost, tight budget, and relying on their personal savings, they intensively focused on the cost management to keep their business afloat. The positive market feedback that received from their customer is very crucial as it has validated their business plan and also give them more confidence to move forward. Behind the scenes, the chartered accountant had a role. They developed the financial models, detailed financial models to forecast the expenses and revenues which provide a clear roadmap for the founders for their growth. And additionally, the CS ensured that all business registrations and tax compliances were meticulously handled, that allowing the founders to concentrate on the scaling of operations with more confidence. This combination of strategic planning and strict compliances ensured the Flipkart to navigate its early challenges and set the stage for future success. And moving on to the next stage, funding. In Flipkart's early traction phase, their success on selling books online is a pivotal role in drawing the attention of initial investors. In 2008, this momentum led to securing a $1 million of investment from ASL partners. Their pitching was not only compelling but strategically highlighted the Flipkart's rapid growth and their future potential, making a strong case for expansion. They wisely utilized this fund for broadening their product range and to enhance their website that will lay the foundation for their future success. Here, the chartered accountant had a pivotal role in shaping the startup's financial strategy. They ensured that Flipkart's business valuation is accurate, which is essential to attracting the investors. And their expertise in negotiations helped the Flipkart to secure their possible favorable terms in their term sheets. And they ensured that Flipkart interests were well protected. Additionally, the CAs were implemented a strong accounting robust system and also ensured the regular financial reporting, which is essential in order to build a trust with the investors and to give a clear picture of company's financial health. This combination of strategic growth, effective pitching, and the expertise in financial management is very crucial for the rise of Flipkart in the e-commerce landscape in India. And in the next stage, scaling. In its journey from a fledgling startup to a leading e-commerce giant, the Flipkart rapid growth is a remarkable case study of scaling and market expansion. As Flipkart ventured beyond its initial scope, it added its product categories more by using fashions, electronics, and more, which expanding its reach across the India. To keep pace with this demand, they enhanced its logistics, supply chain management, and streamlining its process for a greater efficiency. Here, the chartered accountant played a pivotal role during this phase. They developed a financial detailed budgets to forecast and to support the strategic decisions. And they advised in transformation of growth strategies like market expansion and product diversification. They managed the financial risks through a meticulous risk management process. Here, their expertise, they ensure the Flipkart not only to navigate a rapid growth successfully, but also laid a foundation for their continued success. And the next stage, maturity. By 2015, the Flipkart has itself as firmly established a leadership in the Indian e-commerce market by showcasing its dominance through a key series of achievements. The company not only secured a top position, but also began to move towards profitability, thanks giving to the stable revenue streams. This growth is supported by a substantial investment in marketing and brand building, which made the Flipkart a household name across the India. Behind this success, the chartered accountant had a crucial role in all these phases. They conducted and meticulous internal audits in order to ensure the company's financial integrity and operational efficiency by safeguarding its progress. And then they developed the key performance metrics in order to allow the Flipkart to monitor and to enhance its business performance. And then additionally, the CAs are very instrumental in planning for the future. Here, they advised on the leadership succession and the management continuity, which is vital for the Flipkart's sustained dominance. And in the last stage, exit. In this stage, the Flipkart made its headlines. In 2018, the Flipkart made an headlines by its acquisition by Walmart for a staggering $16 million, marking a largest deal in the e-commerce. This milestone was a culmination of a well-crafted exit strategy which maximizing the returns for its investors and founders. It's a journey of acquisition has involved a meticulous due diligence that ensuring the seamless transition and uncovering any potential challenges. During this phase, the chartered accountant provided a precise valuation that reflects the Flipkart's true market worth and also conducted due diligence to guarantee a smooth acquisition. They led tough negotiations with Walmart to secure the best possible terms. And also, they developed efficient tax strategies in order to optimize the financial outcomes for all stakeholders involved. This acquisition is not only highlighting the Flipkart success, but also crucial role of CAs in order to guiding the startups in its phase of this monumental exit. In this dynamic world of startups, the financial wisdom cannot be overstated. As Chanakya wisely said, Dhanam tatra gacchati yatra vrittihi. Wealth goes where wisdom resides. This quote profounds the idea that informed decision is closely interlinked with the wise financial success. And however, Chanakya cautioned that Yasyat sat dhana sampantihi, tasyat sat sarva vibhattihi. He who has wealth is subject to all kinds of problems, which profounds that financial prosperity brings its own challenges. Therefore, the role of chartered accountants are indispensable throughout the startup journey from ideation to exit. Let's end with a quote from Ratan Tata. If you want to walk fast, walk alone. But if you want to walk far, walk together. Remember, financial planning and networking is very crucial for the long run of a startup. Thank you.
Thank you, Anju Satin, for a fantastic presentation. Let's welcome our next student speaker, Mohammad Hashir, as to share his insights and research on valuation and funding. Mohammad Hashir is a third-year article at VK Krishna Kumar and Company, Thrissur. We look forward to your presentation. Student speaker, please note that there will be warning bell after completion of 12 minutes, 14 minutes, and a final bell at 15 minutes.
Good evening, everybody. I'm pretty sure you all heard about the word startup. What actually is a startup? Why is the buzz around it? Why our governments are spending a lot of money on the development of startup ecosystem in our country? And additionally, innovative programs to develop our startup ecosystem as well. All these happens because startups are creating a wave of disruption in our markets. It's very easy today to start up a company. All we need is a great idea, great team. And you will get a lot of money from the persons who never met in your lifetime before. Isn't that much easy, as I said? Well, I don't think so. Once again, good evening, everybody. Myself, Hashir. Welcome to my presentation, Startup Valuation and Funding. Let's begin with the first question. What actually is startups? Startups are the innovative ventures. They are looking for innovation and technological advancement in their operations. Every startup starts with the long-term vision to be a #1 company in our nation. To do so, founders need significant amount of financial resources. Initially, the founders use their own money or their family, friends, and other bank loans as well. But when the business grow to the next level, we need as well. To get that external funding, we need to value our business at first. Here, the valuation comes to the picture. Just imagine you as an investor about to decide whether to invest in a company or not. What all are the factors you consider before taking that decision? Is it only the idea? No. There are several factors which influence the investment decision, because all the money are your hard-earned one. So you don't want to lose it. Today, I am here to introduce you 3 of the common metrics that investors are looking for before investing in a startup. The 3 of them are market trends, founding team, competition. These 3 are the common one. This is not an exhaustive list, as you know. And the first one is market trend. Market trend shows how evolve a market over a period of time. Startups' existence depends on the market trends. To understand better about the market trends, let's take the example of fintech startups in our nation. Today, whenever we go outing, college, schools, offices, we don't carry much physical cash. Either we use digital wallets, credit cards, debit cards, etc. What makes this change to the people when it comes to the payments? Back in 2000s, people are afraid of using online methods to make payments. From that situation to today's situation shows how a market evolved over a period of time. Startups are focusing and growing based on these market evolvements lead to get higher valuation from the investors. And the next one is the founding team. Not only the startup, every business, every company, even a small tea shop need great management. Because whenever the things are not managed very well, they will lose out from the market. Generally, investors are looking for the qualities of founders to implement their ideas into reality, to implement their idea into money, how they will execute their plans to get their objectives. Also, they are looking for their previous exits they have made in their previous entrepreneurial journeys as well. Having great team makes sense to the investors. And the next one is competition. Competition is more similar word to us because wherever we go, we found competition. In the case of a startup which are in a higher competitive landscape lead to lower profit margin. This will also also discourage investors to invest in those companies because the return they will get in future will be lower. But in the case of companies who have the ultimate monopoly in that market, will get valuation at a higher level, like Zomato did in 2008. It was a time where there were no participants who offering food or delivery business to our peoples. Initially, they were named as Foodie Bay, and later, on 2012, they were renamed to Zomato. Having this first mover advantage, they got a lot of funding from the external and internal as well, because investors are attracted their business idea and the upcoming market trends. Once the valuation has done, the founders should know how much amount they need in each phases of startups. Then accordingly, they can decide how much amount can be collect from the investors as well. Broadly, the startup funding can be classified as three. The first one is seed funding, and the second one is Series A funding, and third one is Series B and beyond the Series B funding. Let's take seed funding. You can see here a picture of a plant. Like this, startups are in an ideation stage, in the seed funding stage. The ideation to develop a great prototype. This is the phase of seed funding. Generally, at this phase, startups are used mostly bootstrapped funds. Anybody know what is bootstrapping? Well, I will explain to you. Bootstrapping is a method of funding where there is no external people are included in those stage of funding. Whole amount are coming from the founder's savings himself or his family, friends, nears and dears. This will give ultimate power to the founder in that business, and there is no dilution of equity as well. And the next one is Series A funding. Once a business develop their prototype, they need to expand little bit more in order to attract customers and to reach certain markets. At this stage, the valuation and funding are in a higher phase. And here, the investors like venture capitalists, angel investors, HNIs are come to the picture. In India, the venture capitalists are growing in a higher pace because the startup ecosystem are also growing, giving them higher returns as well. We know that so many startups are get listed in last 2-3 years. They need to funding will end up with the IPO. the grandfather of startup funding. Recently, Ola debuted in Indian markets, and the investors are respond very well to that IPO, and it oversubscribed by several times. This will show how people are responding towards an IPO of a startup. Startups are not only have successful stories, they have failures as well. Looking to the history of startups in our nation, we find that so many startups are startups in our nation. There are several factors which influencing the failure of the startups. The first one is financial threats. Lot of startups are spending lot of money on marketing their products because they are new into the market. They need to attract people to buy their product and to get the market share. In order to achieve this object, the marketing fund will be a better one. And the next one is product market fit. Product market fit means once we introduce a product, that product must be satisfy the needs and wants of the consumer. If it doesn't go like that, the product will be washed out from our markets. You can see here a simple pie chart of common reasons for startup failures. Here, 34% of startups are failed because lack of product market fit, and 22% of startups failed because of marketing problems, and 18% of startups failed because of their team problems, 16% of startups fail finance problems, and the rest of things are tech problems, operation problems, and legal problems. You can understand how these factors influence the failure of a startup. And also you can see here 3 startups. One is Yemist and Tiny Owl Dudwala. Both of them are the example of how a startup not to be in our market. Funding is not a promise to any startup to live long in our country. Because, not only the funding, we have several factors which are to be influence the existence of the startup. Our governments are also introducing several programs, both state and central governments, like our Kerala State's Startup Mission. It was introduced in 2006. This will give immense opportunity to the youths of our state to get into the startup world. And thank you for your patient listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hashir, for your beautiful presentation. Now, we are pleased to have Ms. Harshida K.S. to share the insights on legal compliance and taxation, a topic that resonates with us all. Harshida is a third-year article at MSSV and Co. Bangalore. We are excited to hear Harshita's perspective and learn from their findings. Student speaker, please note that there will be a warning bell after completion of 12 minutes, 14 minutes, and a final bell at 15 minutes.
Yes. Yes. Ellarku namaskaram. Nowadays people are forgetting to turn off their vehicles at the traffic signals, but they are turning on their minds to incorporate the startups. With this, India has one of the largest startup ecosystem, particularly flourishing in the technological sector. And many of my co-speakers have spoken about what is startup. But startup is a new idea which turns into a business. And let's forget about the people who are stuck in the traffic. In this hall only, many of you have a startup idea but doesn't know how to navigate the legal compliances of the startup. So, I'm Harshita from Bangalore, a city called Startup Hub, here to navigate you all through the legal compliances and taxation of the startup. May I know your name? Arya. Now, Arya have a business idea. I am here to assist Arya to choose how to start her startup. So, let's choose an ideal entity for Arya. Ideal entities might be having sole proprietorship, partnership, or a one-person company. It can be a private limited company or a limited liability partnership, and it can be a micro, small, and medium enterprises. All these, many more other ideal entities she can choose. But how to choose? Arya, how to choose? So, let me go through how to choose a legal type based on the Arya's formation formalities. So, if she chooses a sole proprietorship, it's very easy for her to run because it is run by a single person. And if she chooses a limited liability partnership or a private company, then she has to do the formality procedures for the registration and all. And if she is okay with the unlimited liability, she can go for the partnership. If she doesn't want to take a risk, then she can go for the private limited companies. And when Arya has an expansion aspiration, when the expansion aspirations are there, then the equity splits and equity giving away the equities will be there. So that time the sole proprietorship or the unregistered partnerships will not be suitable for Arya to take it. So she can go for the limited liability corporations, which will help us her to transfer the equities. And taxation of an entity. In taxation of entities, in income tax, they can avail a tax exemptions under the 80 IAC and under the section 56, which I'll be going through in the next, where she can avail the tax exemptions. For that, which entity is a right fit for her, we'll discuss that in the later part. As this generation is more towards the social media and very easy for the sole proprietor, but when they are settling the liabilities of the entities, they have to give away all their personal assets also to clear all the debts. But when they are choosing for the limited liability corporations, they can give their liability towards the how much over the liable. So according to the there is no separate definition for the startup, but according to the DPIIT, that is the Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, it has given a simple definition, which is an eligible startup, that is a business structure. We saw many business structures, which is a sole proprietorship, partnership, or a LLP, or a limited liability company, or MSME. But in the business structure, according to the DPIIT, business structure should be can be a private limited company incorporated under the Companies Act 2013, and a one-person company incorporated under the Companies Act 2013, or a partnership firm registered under the Section 59 of the Partnership Act 1932, or a limited liability partnership registered under the Limited Liability Partnership Act 2008. And the startups the ARIA is going to take care, it should be a new business. New business meaning she should be incorporated a business within less than 10 years old from the date of incorporation. And the turnover of or business should be for any financial year, the turnover of the entity has not exceeded the 100 crores. If any of the year it exceeds the 100 crores, then it will not be an eligible startup. And the object of the ARIA's business should be a employment generation and a wealth creation. And her business always should focus on the innovative products, process, services with a high scalability potential. As we saw many, first we saw she can choose sole proprietorship and she can go for a limited liability partnership or a partnership. So let's understand which are not eligible for the Startup India recognition under the DPIIT. Sole proprietorship cannot be a startup under the DPIIT. Partnership which can be eligible for the startup. Joint ventures which is formed for an purpose. Two businesses are coming up together to form a business, then that joint venture cannot be a startup. Holding and subsidiary companies cannot be a startup. Public limited company, entities older than 10 years and the turnover exceeding 100 crores. Non-profit entities, non-innovative or non-scalable businesses, companies having more than 50% of foreign shareholdings, entities formed by splitting or reconstitution, business involved in the ineligible activities such as arms, emission, tobacco and real estate, etc. So once she decides which kind of legal entity she should form, so except this, you can go for any other 4. So in this, there are 4 stages of the startup with respect to the registration process. One is ideation stage. In this, ARIA will conceptualize a viable product or a services. In this stage, when they are registering, no website, pitch deck or PPT or video is not required at this stage. But in the validation stage, the ARIA will validate our products or services. In this stage, a website is required and the pitch deck and PPT is an optional. In an early traction stage, the startup gains an early traction at the market's acceptance. In this stage, a website, pitch deck, PPT are necessary to register. In a scaling stage, the startup focuses on the scaling its operation and growth. In this stage, a website, pitch deck, PPT and video are essential to register under the DPIIT. When we are registering for the CA course also, we need to submit so many documents. Like that only, even startup has to submit the many documents. These documents are as follows: the incorporation registration certificate for the startup, letter of capital, letter of recommendation, and the PAN number, proof of funding, an active mobile number, an active email address, and a patent publications, applicant's Aadhaar, authorization letter from the unauthorized representative, proof of concept as a pitch deck, website or a video link as per their stage of startup, details of any patents or trademarks, and if any awards or certificates are recognized by the startup they might have received, then they have to submit that also. So any person who has an idea and who has already formed their mindset that which entity they should go, they can collect all those documents and they can register via the startup.gov.in by logging in or creating an account and entering the information allied to the venture. And by registering in the startupindia.gov, they can connect to the many investors, mentors, and incubators. Although DPIIT recognition is not mandatory for all the startups in India, but if they register under the DPIIT, the startup can benefit the fast tracking of the patents, rebates on the patent and the trademarks, filings recognized via the e-market platforms, and funding supports they will get. Complete the startup recognition form by giving all the necessary details filled and click the accept the terms and conditions button and submit the form. Then await for the registration certificate. Once the verification process is all the submitted documents will undergo a verifications. Once the verification process is finalized, email containing a registration certificate will be sent to the founder. Benefits of startup registration. It is easy to access the funding opportunities as they register under the DPIIT. They can connect with the many investors, mentors, incubators, and it facilitates the financial support to growth and development of the startups and government recognition and supports. DPIIT will provide benefits like fast tracking the patent publication, rebates on the patent and trademark filings, and tax benefits. As I told you, it will be eligible. Eligible startups can avail exemptions under the Section 80 IAC and Section 56 of the Income Tax Act, and it reduces the financial burdens and encourages the growth of the startups. Intellectual property and protection. Our registered startups can benefit this by SIPP scheme and fast tracking of the patent applications. It helps in the networking and collaborations. Key legal regulatory consideration they have to consider when they are complying with the compliances. They have to ensure that they have registered under TDS, copyright, patent, employment contracts, PF, ESI, POSH Act, and the intellectual property protection, which register the trademarks to safeguard the brand identity. Employment laws for registering the PF and ESI schemes, and data protection and privacy comply to the GDPR and handling the EU personal data, and regulatory compliances according to the, if they are environmental businesses, they have to comply with the environmental laws. Tax exemption under the Section 80 IAC of the income tax was introduced on the 1st April 2017. The Act implies the eligible assessee who makes a profit can claim 100% of deduction for any 3 consecutive years. In this, it facilitates the startups to claim 100% on their profits and gains resulting any innovation, development, and improved products and services. The purpose of the 80 IAC is to facilitate the growth of the startups during the initial phase by providing the tax benefits, and it aims to reduce the evasion of taxes. This benefit inspires the young entrepreneurs to become genuine taxpayers. It came into effect to encourage the innovation and research and development for the foster dynamic entrepreneurial system in India. It presents the 80 IAC. Benefits of the 80 IAC will be 100% of their profits will be exempted, and it eliminates the payment of the advance tax. Claiming under the 80 IAC of the income tax 19 will become easier through an online application. To apply to get under the 80 IAC is you need to log in into the Startup India portal. Subsequently, you have to submit your certifications. The below documents you have to submit. Then all these documents in the PDF format you have to submit to claim 80 IAC. And the startup taxation, tax exemption under the Section 56 of the income tax is the angel taxation. Compliance is angel taxation in India. India structures the tax system to be used in the proportional and progressive taxation, which the tax is levied at FT rate of 30.9% on the investments. New businesses seeking for the fund and the investors must pay the angel tax to the income tax department. The drawbacks of this angel taxation is it is applicable to the startups that are funded by the resident Indians, and from the venture capital, non-resident investors are not eligible for the deduction of the angel tax. Startups tend to lose a significant amount of money in form of taxes, as the angel tax requires them to share the significant part of the investments. The case studies on the section 56(2)(7) subsection B is investment ineligible for the startup. Mr. A has invested the 50 lakhs in qualifying the startup and received the share consideration. As per the section 56(2)(7)(b), the investment qualifies for the up to exemption of 25 crores. So, Mr. A is eligible for the exemption on the investment amount under this provision. Mr. B receives the gift 30 lakhs from her brother, a relative as per the Income Tax Act. This gift falls under the exemption of the limit of 50 lakhs for the relatives under the section 56(2)(7)(b). The gift received by the Mr. B is exempt from the tax implications. Company X transferred the shares of 40 lakhs to the Mr. C, a family member. This transfer qualifies the exemption under the 56(2)(7)(b) as falls with the prescribed limit. The transfer of shares to Mr. C is exempt from the tax under the provisions. Navigating the compliance and taxation in India can be challenging for the startups, but it is crucial for the success. Compliance is not just about avoiding the penalties, but is also about the building a trust with the investors, companies, and employers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harshita, for that beautiful presentation. Let's now welcome CA Sony CL to share his insights on the topic.
Good afternoon. After the lunch, you're all tired. Harshita tried to awake Arya by asking question. Anyway, Muhammad, Hashib, Anju, and of course, our guest Harshita from Bangalore also beautifully presented the topic on startup. Yes. You know, making the presentation itself very difficult, and present before the audience is something totally different. You also try to experience this type of occasions in the coming BODHI seminars. At the outset, I thank Chairman, my good friend, Paulson, and entire committee of Sikasa from Thrissur, Jodis, Vigil, Harikrishnan, and all the team members of the Sikasa for their hard work, and congratulate. Probably this time our Sikasa branch will bag Best Branch Award from the SARC. CA Paulson is trying, he is working very hard for a last couple of months. I think your mega conference has been postponed by the Board of Studies couple of occasions, but this is the right time to learn everything. How now we are in final stage? Kindly show your hands. Okay. So those who are studying the finals, this presentation will be very useful for you, isn't it? You have a topic in it, okay. Anyway, many of our CAs also in this startup phase. One of my close friend, Manoj, He is hailing from Thrissur. You know, for the GST return filing and accounting, what is our main issue? We'll put a date in GSTR 1 and a different invoice number, etc., etc. So this is all handled by each one of us. 1 year back, he joined hand with a tech guy, and now probably now it is in the go-to-marketing stage. His product is nothing but every month you are getting an invoice from your clients, isn't it, for the preparation of the GST return. You can scan it either using your mobile or using a scanner. Then it will capture the essential fields like date, GST number, HSN code, value, etc., etc. So it will be easy for us to file the GST return. When the student speakers are speaking about Anju, whether it is Mohammed Bashir or Harshida, actually the startup, these founders are going through all these phases. Initially they are finding it difficult to get the registration, where we chartered accounts can help them, and also for the funding. Then especially for preparing the pitch deck. Pitch deck is, it is nothing but it is a story of the business. How beautifully you tell your story to your investor, the chances of getting the funding is much more. Whether it is a angel fund or your venture capital, whatever it may be. Anyway, I can see many of our CAs are coming forward to start many of these type of startups. And in Thrissur, you can see a number of startups are there, because as rightly pointed out by the previous speakers, there should be a problem. We are bringing a solution to that problem. That is the idea of the behind the startup. You know, the Thrissur is a hub of the education, especially for the entrance coaching. Before COVID, we have plenty of entrance coaching for the MBBS and engineering. Then during the COVID period, what happened is the physical training was impossible. So many of them are turned to the virtual mode. So those are ready to change, adapted to change, is survived. That is a fact, you know. We can see many of the stalwarts in entrance coaching struggling to get students, but at the same time, Xylem or some type of platform are doing well. Now the next stage is came. One of my friend who was in earlier in this physical mode, now they are using the AI tool for entrance coaching. AI tool is nothing but if I am teaching you at a subject, the level in which each student is taking that output is totally different. So here they have in the computer, each student wise, okay, if you are able to answer the, say, legal compliance of the startup, I'm not going to the biology or physics, nothing, but they will give you questions. Depending on the capability of the student, they will put more questions, the speed, in order to attain the speed. You know, entrance is a game of speed, how fast you will be able to answer. Recently, they started a campus here. The startup name is Egiport. I think they have acquired the Focus Engineering College altogether. They have acquired for this particular purpose. Anyway, whether you are sitting here or you are sitting in the Bangalore, you have ample of opportunities. And I know you are all eagerly waiting to hear our eminent faculty, Sanjay Deraiwal from Bangalore, purpose of life of CA, and you have judges here, Ginu, Rosa, and so on, so forth. So the startup sphere, my humble suggestion is, after hearing this, those who are intermediate level may find it difficult to catch up some of the terminologies. They have pitch up, they have bootstrap, nothing but this terminology we can learn very easily. Then all these concepts when this venture capitalist is coming, when is the angel capital is coming, and when is a friend relatives circle is there, everything you can learn if you put some effort in learning some of these terminologies. Okay, due to time constraints, I am not venturing to that aspects. Anyway, we will get much more opportunities because this session is supposed to be finished by 3:50. Now we are running short of time. And once again, please congratulate our student speakers. They put a lot of effort. Anju, Muhammad Hashir, and of course Harshida. Maybe you may be able to get some exposure in Bangalore. And here also we have a lot of exposure to our students. And wish you all the very best for your BODHI conference, and one more day to go. And I request all of you to bring your friends, student friends to tomorrow, because tomorrow Sunday you may not have sessions, okay? Classes, tuitions, nothing but. So this hall can accommodate much more students, bring in large numbers, and hear our student speakers. This is the way in which you can encourage each one of you, because it's a time to, one side we have to compete, and the other side we have to cooperate also. Wish you all the very best, because this is the time. I end up with a quote from the Ratan Tata. He said, I recruit MBAs for running my business, but I recruit CAs for teach the MBAs how to run the business. So we have plenty of role in our domain, and wish you all the very best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words. Let's now recognize the incredible efforts of our student speakers who gave us a wonderful presentation. I welcome Soni sir to honor them. Student speakers, please come forward and accept your mementos. Starting with Ms. Anju Satyan. Next, Mr. Mohammad Hashir. Next, Ms. Harshita KS.
Now we move on to the most awaited moment. We will now honor the best paper presenter for the second technical session, Startups. We all have witnessed 3 beautiful presentations, and now it's time to announce the winner. The winner of the second technical session is Ms. Anju Satyan. Let's welcome Soni sir and Paulson sir to hand over the memento to the best presenter. we invite Sikasa Chairperson CA Paulson EM to adorn the glittering shawl on the session chairman CA Sony CL.
There is a slight change in our schedule. We are postponing the tea break to 4 p.m. and now we are moving on to our motivational session. We are about to embark on a truly inspiring segment of our event. Our next speaker, CA Sanjay Dariwal, is renowned for his insightful approach to life and work. Today, he is here to explore a topic that resonates deeply with each and every one of us: the purpose of life. In a world that constantly evolving and often demanding, it can be easy to lose sight of what truly matters. CA Sanjay Dariwal will guide us through understanding and defining our personal purpose, offering valuable perspectives and practical advice to help us align our goals with our deeper values. Whether you are seeking clarity in your career, personal growth, or just a greater sense of fulfillment, this session promises to be both enlightening and transformative. So let's welcome CA Sanjay Dariwal with a warm round of applause and get ready to discover new ways to connect with our purpose.
Do I start off? Shall I start off? Okay. A very good afternoon. How many of you, can we have more of an interaction session? I know post lunch it's always very difficult to keep yourself awake, right? And I'm not as good as a speaker as Anju, who can really motivate you to keep awake. So I have to learn from her a lot today. And I found her session to be brilliant, I would say so. I appreciate for that, because very rarely you see a student who is not reading what you're presenting. You rarely see a person who is understood what she's speaking, and she also had done a lot of homework in maintaining her time sense to exactly finish in the 15th minute, which is a very, very rare combination. So can we all give a loud applause to her? Not that the other two speakers did not speak well. You should understand that a person like me, when he comes here, I come with a 31 years of post-qualification experience, and they are around a couple of years pre-qualification experience. So they have not even qualified. So you should appreciate each and every person who's coming here, who's putting the efforts. It's very easy to identify the mistakes which a person has done. It's very easy to say that they fumbled over there, they didn't speak well, the other speaker was very good. But tell me, how many of you can actually speak the way these three speakers spoke, or in the mornings which the speakers spoke? It's something for us to take a motivation, take it back home and say that if they could do it, why can't we try to do it? I'm not telling this because one of the students happens to be a student of my close friend from Bangalore. I'm not, because it is always impressive. Now, when you talk about a person who is here standing in front of you, okay, the first thing I will say is I'll give my self-introduction. I'm a person who's authored more than 28 books on indirect taxes. Some of them were worth 2,000 pages plus. Some of them have gone into 8 editions. That means to say that each edition means rewriting the whole book. So 28 books with multiple editions, some going to 2,000 to 2,500 pages each, is the person who's standing before you. I'm not praising myself. I've also been a faculty at IIM Bangalore. I have also been faculty at various places, including teaching the commercial taxes department in Karnataka, Mizoram, Bihar, etc., etc. And right now, I'm doing a very beautiful project. I'm doing a project for the commercial taxes of Karnataka, which is called now the state GST, wherein the 55 years of their experience as officers, I'm writing a book on the 25 top officers who have contributed to the commercial taxes law in Karnataka in the last 50 years. So these are the things I do at times. Now, how many of you believe, sitting in this room, have been better students than me in your 10th standard exam? No. No. Whenever a question like this is asked, you should take the risk of lifting your hands up. If Anju wouldn't have lifted her hand and said, I want to be a speaker, would she come on this platform? If Harshita wouldn't have taken the opportunity of saying that I will propose my name to be a speaker here, would she be here? So, in life, one of the most important things is that we all get opportunities. Was this opportunity not available for all the students sitting in this class to present a paper here? It was there, right? Why didn't we choose? Some choose to be at the MC team, some choose to be into the managing team, some choose to be as speakers here, and some wanted to just be delegates. The reason is that we do not know who we are, we do not know what we are, we do not know why we are, but we still come for sessions like this, don't we? How many of you, before coming to this session, had read the brochure of the sessions of these 2 days? Can you lift up your hands? Lift it up high. You have had your lunch. All of you read. Okay. How many of you had read the session which I am supposed to take today as a topic? Can you lift up your hand? Up, little more up, ma'am. You read? Okay. You being part of the MC team, what did you think this topic is all about? Utter nonsense, weird topic, is it really worth it? Can we have it? Can we have a mic being distributed to people to speak across? This is the problem, you know, when you say I did something, is asked a question. Punishments, right? Yeah.
So the purpose of CA?
It is not the purpose of CA.
No, purpose of life.
You see the sentence what it is. The purpose of life hyphen CA. So is it the purpose of CA?
No, purpose of life.
Okay. Now, around 7-8 people only have lifted their hands to say that they also read the topic. Though 15-20 people said they read the brochures. So there is a dilution of acceptance level. Right? Now, how many of you, after coming here, realize that you are going to have a very boring, deemed motivational session called the purpose of my life? Okay. Now, how many of you have a purpose of your life? Can you lift up your hands? More up. You have had your lunch, right? Okay. Can you tell me what is your purpose? The gentleman next to you, man. Can we have 1 or 2 people with the mics, please? I want some activity here. I will not give you work now, till you have to ring the bell for me. Yeah.
I want to be successful. I want to be a successful person as well as I want to be a successful CA.
Okay. So you want to be a successful CA is your purpose of life.
No, I want to be a successful human being first of all.
First you want to be a successful human
Yes.
being, so that is your purpose of life. Anybody else? What is your purpose of life? No? Sir? Sony sir? Mic here please. Instead of grilling the students, I think we should grill the chartered accountants, right? You all will agree with me? I know.
I know
Anything with the bosses is always good.
Anyway, this is a very difficult question, but my objective is to contribute something back to the society,
Okay.
which I gained throughout these years.
Okay.
So supports society for upliftment of my maybe friends, relatives, or neighbors, and so forth.
Okay. We also have a lady here who's written a book on ChatGPT. She's contributed substantially. So, ma'am, can you tell me, don't go through the ChatGPT, your personal thing is what is your purpose of your life?
Sir, I felt if looking at me, people can feel, oh, she did it, I can too, then my purpose is fulfilled.
Your purpose is fulfilled. So, the people who cannot look at you, no purpose. Okay. Now, any of the children would like to speak about your purpose? No. If you did not have an objective to do your CA, would you be sitting in this hall? No, na? Because you have decided to do your CA, either because of peer pressure, because of your parents, because of some idiot who gave you mentoring to say do CA, you did it, right? You came into this course, right or wrong? Not the idiot, huh? See, we all have come into this course to do CA because of the fact we are sitting over here. Is it true? If you would not be doing CA here, would you come for this conference? No. So, if you do not have a purpose, you don't reach a destination. You all were born around 20 to 25 years back, except the front row guys. Right? Some of you might be a year or two elder also. If you do not have what is the purpose of your life, will you be able to reach the goal of your life? Okay. I know it's getting too complicated. Like, we'll lighten up session. How many of you use mobile phones here, smartphones? Lift up your hands. And those who are not lifting up are lying, I know it. Right? We all use smartphones? Okay. Whenever you got your first smartphone, or whenever you take a new smartphone, how much time do you spend to know the features of the phone? Can anybody tell? To understand the features, to understand what all are the apps to be downloaded, to understand what are the new features like how to take the cameras, how to take the backups, how much of data is to be put across. We spend around a couple of days. We spend or no? I can't hear. I want an interaction session because you are not going to get tea till I finish my session. Now you decide. If you want to have your cup of tea with all the headaches I'm going to give you, you better answer complete and you send me off back to Bangalore fast so that you can have your cup of tea. Agreed? Agreed. I'm not going to eat so much, don't worry. How many days have you spent in understanding your good smartphone features? 1 day, 2 days, 3 days? Or just a few hours or just a few minutes? How much time? Yes, ma'am. A week. You spend a week to understand the features of your phone, which is costing between 20,000 to 1,50,000. That's the range what phones are, right? Yeah. So you spend probably a week's time, isn't it? Yeah, to download the apps, to get used to it, get friendly to your phone. We spend a week or so, or 2 days at least. All of us agree? Yes. Now, tell me honestly, how much time have you spent to understand your own features? Have you spent time to understand your own features, to understand what your strength is, what your weaknesses are? Has anybody done that here? If you believe that a mobile phone, which is an expensive phone of 20,000 to 1 lakh rupees, and if you don't understand the features of your phone, you cannot have an optimum usage of that phone, right? So you spend a lot of time to understand the features of the phone. Otherwise, you believe you cannot use your phone properly. You cannot take photographs of yourself. You cannot post it on Instagrams properly. You need your Facebooks, you need your WhatsApp, you need your various other apps which are required. And also some of the websites of our institute also sometimes it comes into it, right? Not always. Now, has anybody spent time to understand your own features? A very easy question now. Now, if you do not know your strength, you do not know your weakness, you do not know your features, can you use yourself better? I asked you a simple question. How many of you are better than me in your 10th standard marks? How many of you have scored 80% in your 10th? Can you lift up your hands? Wow. And still, you did not have your confidence of raising your hand when a question like this was asked. So you should believe in yourself. If some person is asking you on the stage a question that how many of you have scored better than him, that means most of you should have scored better than him. Opportunities come to all. How many of us are able to grab those opportunities? So all those people who have scored more than 80% have scored better than me as far as my 10th exam is concerned. Now I'll give another clue. Actually what happened was I was supposed to speak for 45 minutes. Mr. Paulson called up and said the other speaker is not coming, speak for 1.5 hours. So I have to drag this session. You're okay with it? Now, how many of you have scored more than 60%? Can you lift up your hands, including the 81s? All. Anybody less than 2 of you? My God. Madam, less than 60? Insulting. Then lift up your hands. There are 2-3 people. Lift up high. So, less than 60. My God. All of you have scored above 60, right? Anybody less than 60? No. Now, I am a person who failed in my 8th standard. I am a person who failed in my 10th standard. I took 2 attempts to pass, and after taking 2 attempts, I scored full 38%. Now, you see a person who's called to be a motivational speaker. You see a person who's gone to G20 in Arunachal Pradesh out of 125 people across 25 countries to be a speaker over there. A person who's a faculty at IIM Bangalore, used to be, sorry. And now he says that he is the person who failed in 8th, he failed in 10th standard, took 2 attempts and then also 38%. Then what was the difference between that Sanjay and this Sanjay? The difference between that Sanjay and this Sanjay is that there was no magic, no tantric vidya, no guru's blessings to say that go, you'll pass your CA exam. Nothing like that. The only difference was, at that time, I did not know my strength, I did not know my weakness, I did not know my objective, and I did not know how good I am. Only in my second year degree. So now let's go back. My 11th standard, first year degree, 3rd class student. My 12th standard, second year degree, 2nd class student. Final year was the only year in my degree which I scored a just first class. The whole transition which happened for me is only because of the fact that somehow in my second year degree, I understood what my potential was. The day you understand what your strength is, what your weakness is, what you are made up for, is the day when you think about changing. You think about, even I can do it. If Harshita and Anju could present a paper, after seeing them, how many of you feel that you could also present? Nobody? Lift it up, ma'am, little higher. Only 2, 3, 4, 5, that's all. Why are we hesitant to react that we can also do it? If there are a few seats available in the front row, and you like to remain sitting at the back, would you be a successful man? You yourself do not believe that you can achieve something that people will call you on the front seat, then why will you actually come? When my 3 speakers were coming for the earlier session, I told them, why don't you sit in the front row? For what purpose? When I do counseling for IAS students, I always tell them, please take the seat which is available in the front row, because in the future, if you be an IAS officer, you are supposed to take that seat. Are you going to shy away and sit at the back? No, right? If you are going to be successful, which is the seat you get? Even without being successful in 10th, I got the front seat. That is because of the post-10th successes which I got, not because of anything else. So understand this very important aspect that we have to understand our features. Now many a times we say we spend 20,000 rupees on the mobile phone, 40,000 on a mobile phone. That is the reason we spend time, because it's an expensive instrument. How many of you believe that you are less than 1 lakh rupees value here? If you believe so, I'm willing to take your organs by giving you 1 lakh rupees per organ of yours. I may be arrested for it, it's a different thing, so take it on the lighter sense. Right? We all are above 1 lakh, above 10 lakhs. Anybody believing less than 10 lakhs will bargain it to 5 lakhs an organ. Right? When we are much more expensive than crores of rupees and we are not looking into our features, how are you going to optimize your use? How many of you sitting here would love to be successful in your life? Lift up your hands. Very good. How many of you would like to understand your strengths and weaknesses? Lift up your hands. Now, the next question is, why haven't you looked into the concept of knowing your own strengths and weaknesses, knowing your own features? You talked about a concept called as startup. You talked about a concept called as ideification. Right? That was the first topic which Anju spoke about. That there should be an idea. When you go to your management courses, the first topic is organizational and management behavior. That's the first subject you have in most of the MBA colleges. And the first topic about the whole topic thing, unfortunately, is planning. Why I said unfortunate? You can plan when you have a vision. You can plan when you have a target in life to achieve. Can you achieve something without, can you do a planning without knowing where you want to go? If you cannot do that, how are you going to reach your destination? Unfortunately, our management schools also do not start with the topic of what is my vision in life? What is the purpose of my life? What is the purpose of me studying that course? If you're talking about CA, we all talk about one important aspect, that we want to be CA. When we were students, we were asked, why do you want to be a CA? A very easy question. Very few people said, we want to earn money. But that was the fact. Most of them wanted to join CA because they could earn money. Your startup salaries today is around 20 lakhs plus per annum. So basically it is worth being a CA, right? Some of us want to be CAs because we feel that there will be a lot of respect. When I used to be with my classmates, I was the only CA. We have got people from different batches here. Somebody is from the 2011 batch, somebody is from the 2000 batch, and people like me are from the 93 batch. Today you have a result of 36.5% in final exams. In our times, our results used to be 1% of final exam. When we used to write a CA final, it hardly used to be 1 or 2%. So there is a huge change that number of people passing CAs also increased. The number of students joining CA courses have increased. The way the coachings have increased. But unfortunately, what most of the CA students are doing today is, you're not going that, for what purpose have you joined the CA course? You are basically saying, I want to pass my CA course. So what happens? The first fundamental error you do in your life is that you take a concept to say, which coaching institute will see that it will promote me to pass my CA exams the fastest. I go to X Academy, Y Academy, Z Academy, I go for online classes, I go for the classes in Trishur ICI chapter. We all are looking out at only one concept, that if you pass your CA, you will be valued. That is the philosophy. Agreed? Yes or no? Most of the students today who are here are having one idea or one ideology in your life to say that I want to pass my CA, how best I can pass my CA. What you do, you decide which is the best faculty, either online or offline. You attend those classes, you see which are the best books to read, you take out your last 10 years papers, you read that across and go for your examinations, write the examinations and come. But how many of you have actually put in effort to understand the fundamentals of the subjects which are given to you? How many of you have really understood the concept of why you do your articleship? Everybody says articleship is a bonded labor. The chartered accountants have insisted this articleship because they don't get paid employees, so they can get people who are very cheaper and sincere who could be your articleship. Is that not a fact? Be honest. Is it a fact or no? That's what we believe as students. We also believe the fact that our principals exploit us a lot. They take a lot of work from us. They make us work from morning 8 o'clock to night 10 o'clock. Madam is laughing. I'll not tell Ravi, don't worry. Okay. Are we not really thinking on that lines? Can anybody tell me what is the real objective of doing your articleship? Anyone? Nobody. What is the purpose of doing articleship? To get an experience, to get an exposure, is that all? How many of you sitting in this hall have ever gone to your partners and spoken at least half an hour a month to ask them, sir, how should I develop my practice? What is the advantages of being a CA? Which line should I opt for? Should I go for direct taxes? Should I go for indirect taxes? Should I go for employment? Should I go for practice? Should I get into a multinational firm? How many of you have actually thought on that lines? Today morning I was told a question was asked, how many of you would like to get into practice, and hardly 5 or 7 people had lifted up your hands, right? Right or wrong? I was not here, but that is what I heard so. Now please tell me one simple reason. What is the purpose of doing your articleship? Asking you a very different question called as what is the purpose of your life is too advanced a stage. But why did I start with this topic? I started this topic because if you do not question why, if you do not question for what purpose, would you be able to achieve anything in life? You all want to be achievers? You all want to achieve something and become great in life? Now, if I say, how many of you would like to know your strengths and weaknesses? You all lifted your hands. Has anybody asked me? You have a right to ask me any questions. In between also, I don't lose my flow. Has anybody even asked me, sir, how do I know my features? How do I know my strength? How do I know my weakness? Did we ask this? No. Why? Today Sanjay has come to Thrissur. He will talk some gyan. He'll go off. Who's going to see him again? Who's the loser? How many of you know that you have to understand your features? Nobody knows. Nobody thought about it before today. If you are not going to know the question why, do you know that Lord Hanuman was supposed to fly from India to Lanka without an aircraft? He was supposed to fly on his own. Was he able to fly before? Was he willing to fly before? No. Why? I can't hear. He did not know that he had the strength to take the leap from India to Lanka directly in one stroke. He did not know that he could do it. Why? Because he had a curse on him. So his memory was blocked. Like you have the concept of karmas. When your soul is blocked with all the karmas, you are not able to see what your real strength is. Similarly, Lord Hanuman was a very prankster. He belongs to my state. You know, Lord Hanuman belongs to Karnataka? No? He is a Kannadiga. That time Kannada language was not there, but he was from Karnataka. There is a small district called as Koppal district in Karnataka. Is the birthplace of Hanuman is what we believe so. So, I belong to his state. Okay. So, he was a very big prankster. So, one of them cursed him that because of your pranks, you will not be able to access to your strength what you have, and only when there is a need, your purpose would be known, and then you will be able to access your strength back. So, if you do not know your strength, even if you are as strong as Lord Hanuman, you will not be able to use your strength. Now you know the purpose why you should know your strength? You should know also the purpose of why should we know ourselves. Again, nobody asked me the question, how do I know myself? Nobody wants to know, right? You want to know or you don't want to know? Anybody wants to take an attempt to know how I know my strength and weakness? Yeah, tell me how. Mike, please. Stand up. You could speak 15 minutes non-stop. No, you can speak for 15 seconds. Yeah. Tell Harshita. Mike is here. Huh?
Can you repeat it again?
Huh? The question was, how can you find out your strength and weakness? Mic closer to your mouth.
So when you are doing something, when you fail, you will know that you have failed it.
Okay.
Let me take an example. If you are trying to make a Maggi, once you prepare a Maggi without adding any salt or something, you will eat a normal Maggi which is given by the masala given by the Nestle company. So once you start adding a flavors to it, you will get to know which taste would you prefer. If you add a cheese, you will get a cheese flavor. If you add a chili, you will get more spicy. So if you don't add anything, whatever it is there, you will be adjusted to it.
Okay.
So once you add it,
So be attempting and you know your strength and weakness. Is what
when you
you're
are
trying to-
attempting, you will get to know.
Okay.
Which is-
Okay. Why are MBA colleges formed? Anyone? If you had to learn from your own mistakes, why do you have to go to MBA colleges? I was just talking to ma'am and all in the lunch break, and I told one of my first batch of students of 96, you know what is the salary he earns per month? A wild guess, anyone? A wild guess, which you cannot guess. Now you can increase the amounts. Anybody would like to say a figure? When I started teaching, he was my first batch of students. His salary today is 12 crore rupees per month. And that is the salary. ESOPs are separate, investment incomes are separate, assets which are increasing are all separate. So that is the growth which he's gone through. Now, can you tell me that can you wait to learn from your own mistakes? The very philosophy of MBA colleges is that you don't learn from your own mistakes, you learn from history of what mistakes who has made, and then you learn. In the kitchen, your mother will say, attempt and then you will learn. But the fact is that along with that, you can learn by observing what others are doing. You learn from what mistakes others have done, and that is going to help you more, because today's world is a very different world. When you are a small kid of 1 day, 1 month, 1 year or 2 years old, how many times would have you fallen in a day? 40, 50, 100 times? When you are a 1 year kid and a 2 year kid, or not about you, you may not remember. When you see young kids of 1 year and 2 years, don't you see them falling very often? Do they break their bones? Now ask ma'ams to fall and show how much bones they'll break. At least 5 times in a day. You'll have a lot of fractures, right? So you cannot afford to lose time. When your age is there to break your bones, it is fine, but later can you continue making mistakes? No. So it is very, very essential to also understand that what are my strengths, what are my weaknesses, and that is going to help you change yourself. That is going to help you add value to yourself. Now the next question comes is, once I know, or I take the help of somebody else to teach me as to what is my strength, what is my weakness, the most other important factor is that why were we born? Why did we choose CA? You have another session tomorrow which is going to talk about various opportunities available as a chartered accountant, in which all new dimensions he can work. Right? I think you have another session tomorrow on that. I think around 10-15 people had said that they read the brochures. It was mentioned in that, right? The last session tomorrow, which is it? MC team? You only read what is to be announced the next 15 minutes. You don't read what is there for the next 2 days. You don't make your homework, you don't plan. It is there? Can I have the brochure, what it talks about? Exploring different avenues in CA practice. That is the last session tomorrow, which is going to be at 4:45. Understand one thing, any seminar you go, any conference you go, how many of you have ever thought that these are the topics in the particular days of the session? I will go prepared, I will read and go. None of us. Except if I am a speaker on startup, I have read about startup and I have come, I have not bothered about what other sessions are there. There is an organization called as Bombay Chartered Accountants Society. They have something called as a residential refresher course. Every year they have it on direct taxes, they have it on general RRC, they have on indirect taxes, they have on international taxation, they have on accounting standards, etc. When you attend those RRC courses, you can see people preparing till 2 o'clock in the night. Students and delegates, I'm not talking about speakers. Here even speakers wouldn't have spent that much time. Like people like me don't prepare and come at all for the sessions. They come, they prepare, they have questions given to them beforehand and they have to answer that, and only then they attend the sessions of what are the final answers for it. Why are we as students so casual in our life? Do you know that compared, we were just talking about, I asked ma'am while having lunch, that what is the difference you see between the 2011 batch of students and the present batch of students? She was very positive. She said the present batch of students has a lot of knowledge, they have a lot of information. That's what you told, ma'am? So therefore they are much better than what we were. Is it true? Then what does your generation lack? Have you ever tried to analyze that what you lack? Do you want me to say you what you actually lack? Most of us lack. Like to know? The first thing that most of us lack today is that we don't have a vision. If we have an exam, our vision is to pass our CA exam. We don't look beyond that. If you have a session today, you are doing an MC for that particular session, you only read up to that session to say that this speaker, this time, this is the time I have to ring the bell and then ask him to get lost. We don't look beyond that. Do you know how much time of your total life you spend on academics? What is the percentage of time you spend on your academic life? No. People of my age, our average age has been given at around 70 to 75. People of your age who were born after 2020 or 21 or 2000 or 2010, your average age is going to be around 75 to 80 years in India. And the percentage of time you spend on your academics is only 7 to 8% of your total life. Unfortunately, in this prime age of yours, where you have to set your goal settings, you have to set as what I want to be, you are set up as to what I want to earn. Is it not important that we also talk about money? It is equally important, right? So, that concept of what I will do in the future, what I'll do at the age of 40, what I would do at the age of 60, what I would do at the age of 80, how much money I would require to survive till the age of 75 to 80. And that is the average age. Unfortunately, if you are better than the average, you may end up living up to 90 and 100 years also, unfortunately. So, you'll have to plan an additional amount to say that this is going to be for my old age. Right? So these are the things that you have to understand to say that I would like to know of what is the purpose I was born. Was I born to be earning money and spending that money? Was that your purpose of being born? I had been to a very leading school in Bangalore called a Sophia School. And I asked a very simple question. Why do you want to earn money? One student stood up and she told, all 10 standard kids, she stood up and said, because I want to take care of my parents. That was the purpose why they gave me birth, so that I can take care of them in their old age. I told, ma'am, do you even know how much your parents would require per month to basically take care of them? She said around 20 to 30,000 rupees a month they would require after I grow up. So I have to earn and give them that much. Do you know how much money your parents spent on you per month? Rough estimate? Minimum. 500 rupees per month or much more? I can't hear. 1,000 or much more? 5,000 or much more? 10,000 or much more? A minimum of 10,000 they spend on you? You all agree? In terms of your stay, in terms of your food, in terms of your clothing, in terms of your education. Is anybody's parents you sitting here believe that they spend less than 10,000 a month? Can lift up the hands? Now assuming they spend more than 10,000 rupees a month on you, and you have till the age of your 25 years age, I'm not talking about doing further higher studies, at the age of 25, how many months are there in that 25 years? Can anybody tell me? My God. Want calculators? Remove your mobile. There's a calculator format. Type 25 into 12. How much it comes? Ma'am, you are using the calculator. Do we require a calculator for this? 25 years into 12 months. All of you know that there are 12 months in a year? Do you have a leap year where you have 13 months? Yes or no? You have? Then why are you confused? Be positive and say no. You have a leap day in a leap year. But does it mean it has 13 months? No, no. So 25 into 12 is how much? 300 into 10,000 is how much? $300. 30 crores? 30 lakhs? Who told that? Lift up your hand. 30 lakhs. Are you sure? Yes, ma'am. Be confident. Stand up. Can we clap for her, please? Nowadays, it is very rare when we talk about your generation that you can say multiplications and all without using the calculator. Thank you. 30 lakhs. So for 25 years, if you invest with a 14% interest per annum, which you get into an SIP model of a mutual fund, what would that 25 years later, the 10,000 per month investment be approximately to? 3 to 4 crores? Right? There are different opportunities as a chartered accountant, which you'll be knowing tomorrow. One of them would be wealth management. So 3 to 4 crores. Now, on the 3 to 4 crores, what would be the interest you would earn at 8% per annum? Minimum? 24 lakhs? Right or wrong? 8 threes are 24. No, it is lakhs or crores you're thinking, right? 24 lakhs? Now 24 lakhs per annum is equal to how much a month? Huh? 2 lakhs a month? 80% of the students who have attempted your intermediate exams here, have you not been able to complete at least 75% of your papers on time? Right or wrong? Lift up your hands honestly. Or you are able to complete it? 100% paper. So how many of you have not been able to complete 75 to 80% of your papers in most of your exams in CA? Please lift up your hands. Balance have been able to complete? Then why don't you lift up your hands, ma'am? You don't want the success, you don't want to know the reason why you're not able to complete? Thank you. Do you know why you're not able to complete? Most of you are used to using laptops and computers in your offices, right or wrong? Most of you are used to typing into those systems, right or wrong? How many of you spend at least 1 or 2 hours a day writing down physically? So, if you have lost the habit of writing down physically, would your hands move for 3 hours continuously writing it? When your hands are not going to move in that way, are you able to complete your papers on time? Second problem, you all have also studied a subject called costing. There is a subject or chapter called as time and motion studies. Okay, So, in that particular chapter, you have a concept to say that if you are spending how much of time and how much of money you get in the terms, right? Now you tell me, if you have to do a calculation, you have a pen, you have an answer sheet over there, and you have a calci over here. If you have to do a simple mathematics and you're going to use your calculators, are you able to spend more time or less time? If I say 24 lakhs plus 22 lakhs, how much is it? 46 lakhs. But if you have to use your calculator, how much time does it take? It takes much more time than what your mind can say. Are we not using the calculators because we fear in our exams? Because we want to be perfect? Because we are afraid we may make mistakes mentally? We all use the calculators. You're using your time over there. When you're losing your time over there, how are you going to complete your papers? The CA Institute says the person who sets the paper that you should be able to complete the paper in 2.5 hours. Only that is the way you have to set. So that guy is knowing the subject well. He's a grandmaster in that subject. He basically prepares your paper. He basically knows the speed. He knows the answers. Mentally, he will complete it. But you are not able to complete it even in 3 hours' time is because of two factors. One, my hand doesn't move fast. I don't have a writing skill. I don't have a writing habit. So after 1.5, 2 hours, my hand starts paining. Did you experience that? If you have watched 12th fail movie on the UPSC exam, even that one of the things what the IAS officer says is that you are not able to write so many sheets, then what will you write in your final UPSC exams? This is exactly the problem which I've been telling from last 20 years to my students in my office, that please make it a habit of writing physically. Do you know that when your hand moves slower than your mind, you are not having a coordination between your mind and your hand, and most of the times we believe I knew the answer, I have written it in my exam, but you have forgotten to write it in the exams because your speed of writing is not matching to your mind. How do you come out of that? You can come out of that by writing certain bullet points. Leave the first sheet for bullet points, then have the next sheets to write all the answers, and then use the bullet points to see what you have forgotten, what you have missed out, if you're not able to match your mind to your hand. Easy? How many of you are going to commit today that at least 1 to 2 hours a day you're going to spend on writing because you want to pass your CA exams? Can we lift up our hands? How many of you are willing to take up this test of saying that when I'm doing my calculations, I will try to use as much as possible my mind rather than my calculators? Up, man. You all are very lazy people. When I came here to Thrissur, I was told that the students are less interactive here. Why? We only like to listen. I think today at least I can prove you wrong, ma'am, because there are a lot of people lifting up their hands at least. The biggest strength of a person is know your strength, know your vision, know the purpose of your life. I can say as far as the purpose of my life of being a chartered accountant is to earn a lot of money. Without money, even my parents would not respect, even my spouse would not respect, even my kids will not respect me. It's a fact. And nor the society would respect, and nor the CA Institute would give me a stage here if I do not have money. Money is important. So, the purpose of life can be divided into two aspects. One aspect is the material aspect. The material aspect is earning money, having a good car, having a good office, having a good house, having a lot of dresses, having a lot of assets, having a very expensive watch, having a very expensive pen. It's fun to have a pen which is around ₹1 lakh in your hand, right? The same pen of ₹1 lakh and the same pen of ₹10 is all the same. It writes the same. In fact, the ink gets over here, then I go to this pen itself. But then, when you have a passion that I want to have some good pens, I have a passion, I want a very good car, I have a passion that I want to fly across the globe, you need money for it. So, one of your objectives of life should be that I want money. If you do not have money, you will not get respect anywhere. If you do not have money, you are not going to get food. If you are not going to have food, you will not even be able to get into the spiritual world. Because if you are going to be hungry, can you think about spirituality? No, na? How many of you have a habit of walking every day morning? Minimum 4 to 5 kilometers. And I walk from the entrance of the gate till the campus here. That's not walking. No, right? Okay, have you ever thought about this factor that if I do not take care of my body today I am healthy. But after 40, would I be able to stand for 2 hours and deliver a lecture to you all? Possible? Yes? No. If you're not going to take good care of your body, whatever wealth you have earned will be zero value. So, during exam times, during your examination leave, the first thing I see is that you sacrifice and say, I don't want to waste time, I'm not going to go for my morning walks, I'm not going for my morning jogs, I'm not going for swimming. We do that, right? Have you understood anything that what you are losing out in life? I asked you another question, that what is the purpose of doing articleship? You said you get an exposure, you get knowledge, you know how to do things which are useful as far as that. That's one part of it. As a chartered accountant, ask madam, how many hours she spends in a day reading, ma'am? Almost 1 hour to 2 hours. She spends, after being a CA, 1 or 2 hours to read. Now you tell me, if you are doing your articleship and you say that it is so cumbersome that only when I get my examination leave I am going to read, are you developing a habit of reading on a daily basis on 1 or 2 hours minimum? No. Then when you get your 4 months leave for writing your inter exams or writing your final exams, you are wasting 5-10 days to only get that temperament. You have lost the battle over that. As a chartered accountant, as a practitioner, I am supposed to read at least 1 or 2 hours a day. Harshita is here. One of our senior partners in a firm read minimum 2 hours a day. He used to read the ELTs, he used to read the sales tax cases, he used to read the ITRs, he used to read the CTRs, he used to read the Institute Journal, he used to read the Bombay Chartered Accountants Society, and his name is S. Ramasubramaniam. A brilliant chartered accountant. An expert who can match experts of different streams of our profession. That is how you become an expert. That is how you become a professional. The institute has this concept of articleship, and reading together is what will make you a good professional, not just going for a dummy articleship, not just going that I will study during my examination leave. That is the wrong philosophy which you all have. The reason of articleship is not just to train you on what the law is which is going to come into your exams. You would be surprised that not more than 5 to 10% of what you learn in your articleship comes into your exams. But 90% what is required to start your practice is what you learn in your offices. Nani Palkiwala in his preface on his commentary on income tax says that and the title of his book is Income Tax Law and Practice. And in that preface he says, income tax law is different, income tax practice is different. I would say the same thing as far as chartered accountants are concerned, that the chartered accountant exams are different and chartered accountant practice is different. You need both. You need your degree to be respected in the society. You need your degree to get a good job. You need your degrees to be married also at times. If you're not getting a CA degree, getting a good spouse may also be difficult at times. But as far as practice is concerned, you need the real knowledge. And what do you learn in your articleship? I would request you all that at least spend 5 to 10 minutes or at least 15 minutes in a week or at least 30 minutes in a month to go and talk to your partners in your office. When chartered accountants come here for sessions or they come for any other sessions, when you know there is a good chartered accountant in Thrissur, or if you are from Bangalore, you know any good chartered accountants, from your seniors you can know that who are good. Have you gone and ever spoken to them of what is the depth of the profession? Then how are you going to open your windows? If you are not going to open your windows, are you going to grow? Are you going to be big? That should be the purpose. So I always say, the purpose of life is important. Yes, it is. But what is more important is that try to find a purpose for everything you do in life. If you have come for this conference, I still know we had a SIRC conference in Bangalore. We also had all our registrations for all the partners in the SIRC conference. You know what was the purpose? Very honestly, CPE credit. We want to cheat the institute by saying, I've registered for this conference, I've attended this conference, somebody goes there, takes the receipt, basically scans it and says that I have attended, I've got my CPE mandate, CPE credits which are there. But is the conference made for that purpose? You have speakers who are of international standards who come there. They speak out on the subjects which you are also practicing. They also speak on subjects which you are not practicing. Should I attend that? Yes. Why do you have a variety of topics? Like if you go through your brochure here, you have a variety of topics. What is the objective of having a variety of topics? Because the philosophy of a chartered accountant is, I should know something of everything and everything of something. This is what we were taught when we were articles. I have a great regards for my gurus in my office. They used to teach us a lot. They used to spend a lot of time. They used to shout at us also. Today's chartered accountants are afraid to shout at their articles because the first question you ask them is, sir, what is the exposure I'm going to get? Who are your clientele? We never had those guts to ask our bosses. But today, you all ask that because it is also accepted and respected. There is nothing wrong in asking what I will get. But how many of you have ever thought of what have you given to your organization as an article clerk in the 3 years? Because if you have given something to your office, that is the value addition which you have not done to your organization, but you have done a value addition to yourself. Every day of your life, every year of your life, every month of your life, and every minute of your life, have you ever tried to see what I am adding value to myself? How many of you have ever wrote down in a diary to say, today I have learned something new and different? I am very sorry to say, I have come here from Bangalore all the way to give a talk to you for 45 minutes, extended to 90 minutes. How many of you have removed a paper and a pen and started noting down the points what I have spoken? How many of them have had a paper and pen to write down? Where is it? Inside. Have you written it, what all I told? Can you repeat it? No. You have an MC team over there who have a paper and pen who are writing down the points. Even for this session they don't want to do because their objective is, I want to do the MC's job properly. If I've done, my work is done. Right, ma'am? Honestly, yes or no? I'm being rude, I know it. Coming to somebody's house and being rude is very bad. But please understand one thing. If you do not believe you will learn something, don't attend that session. And if you believe you are going to learn something, remove a paper and pen. I think they have given you a scribbling pad in the BODHI kit which is there. They have also given you a pen which you are supposed to actually carry. Given? Pen is also given? Right? It is not to do puja on Ayodhya Day, Ayodhya Puja Day or Diwali Day. It is meant that when you come here, if you have forgotten that, to write down those points. How many of you believe that after attending this session, though it has been very critical, very rude, very tough to digest what I have told, has given you some 1 or 2 points of your life which can change your life? Then lift up your hands. No, just nodding heads is not enough. Very few. Thank you. Please understand that wherever you go, whenever you go to meet a senior chartered accountant, carry a pad, carry a pen, listen to them, note down the points. It is a universal fact that whatever is spoken to you, for next 2 days, only 10% would be retained by you. And if you do not review it, even that 10% will go. Very few people can have the capacity of remembering everything what is told and then vomiting it out whenever wanted. That you can only do it in your exams. Because you are reading, you are not listening. The pass percentage of people who read and the pass percentage of people who listen to audio classes is way different. because your retaining capacities are very low when you just hear. But if you write down the points, if you write down the instances, there is a strong possibility that you would be able to remember what is being told when you just review it and glance it. When I was a student of CA, we used to have a loose study material concept. We didn't have the book concept in those days. For every study material, I used to pin up a single white sheet. And after reading that particular study material, or what you call it now as a chapter for that particular subject, I used to write down the bullet points. So before the exams, I used to just glance through that bullet points and I would understand what I have understood in that particular chapter per se. If there have been certain instances in my life, like if it was a management like which we also had as organization and management in my CA Inter in those days, I used to make an habit of writing down the real life experiences of management and write down as an example for a particular concept so that I would be able to link it up and do it across. When I used to read accountancy papers, I had cleared my CA final group 2 in my first attempt, my group 1 in the second attempt. I still remember I had passed my group 2 and direct taxes used to be part of group 2. Group 1 I had only 3 papers because those days we had 4 and 4. Group 1 I had an exemption in SADP, that was the management, the financial management accounting, what you call it today. And the only 3 papers I had. So when I was reading accounting, I had written down around 20 doubts on direct taxes. Then I fixed up an appointment with my senior and my guru, Mr. Padamchand Kincha. And I went and started discussing. I took an appointment with him 3 days before my exams, and I started clarifying all my income tax doubts. After all my doubts were cleared, and they were very funny doubts. I'm too complex a person by mind. So I complicate too many things which is not required in life. Like I'm doing it today. What is life? Have you thought about life? Have you thought about your features? Too complex, right? Is this the age to complicate your life? You just go for a movie, enjoy, go for a date, go for a party and come back, right? So I had that habit of complicating my life. I went and asked him, after all the doubts were clarified, he said, Sanjay, when are your exams starting? I said, day after tomorrow. But you had cleared one group. I said, yes, sir. You have cleared group 2. No, I said, yes, sir. Then he said, direct taxes is in which group? I said, group 2. Then why are you asking income tax doubts to me? I said, I cannot go ahead in life if I do not clarify what is the points which I have stuck at. If I'm doing accounting and I have a doubt on income tax, I had to clear those doubts to move further in life. This is the way you have to get deeper into it. If you're talking about any of the topics, like I have been a speaker at more than around 1,500 sessions on indirect taxes, more than 300 papers on direct taxes and other subjects, more than 300 papers on spirituality, as well as the topics which have now started called as introspections, or you talk about purpose of life, etc. and all that stuff. These all things have been a speaker today is why? Because, and believe me, I started speaking as a chartered accountant. My first session on chartered accountants was none of these topics. It was on stock markets. That is in '93. So I have been speaking on any topic. So today when I had to come here, Mr. Paulson asked me, would you be able to extend it by 90 minutes? I said, I can do it because I don't have to prepare. I don't prepare myself. It's a very wrong habit. If at all you are preparing yourself, you should prepare like Anju, the way she prepared today. Because you all are young. You can't afford to damage your image. Once you make a mistake, will you be called again for any of the seminars and conferences? So get inspired by people who put in effort. They do a time setting. They see that what is to be spoken in 15 minutes, exactly how much content to be given across. I can speak today because of my 31 years of experience of post-qualification, and knowing well that you don't have that experience, whatever I say, you'll take it at face value, which may also be wrong. But that's a wrong concept. Right? So I was given the mic at 3:30. It is already 4:30. I've just spent 1 hour. Another 30 minutes is there. So what should be your purpose of life? One is the material world. You have to earn money. You have to earn your CA degree. You have to basically have a good economic criteria to live and survive in the life. These are all your materialistic purpose. In addition to that, the materialistic purpose should also mean that you have a strong body. Because after 40s, if your body is not good, you have earned crores and tons of money, are you going to use it well, or you're still going to say, I can't eat sugar, I can't eat this, I can't eat that? Right? Now, I was just reading an article yesterday. I have a very bad habit whenever I travel in flight. I came to Kerala yesterday, not today. So I pick up 5 newspapers from the airport because it's free of cost. Actually, the reason why I pick up 5 newspapers is because Warren Buffett also reads 5 newspapers a day. If I don't have any other qualities, at least one quality of reading newspapers should be there, no? So, one of the articles I was reading about was saying that 1/3 of the students who are writing the PG in medical science, that is for doctors, are into a concept of suicidal mode. And believe me, our CA exams are slightly tougher than the PG exams of a medical exams. I'm not telling that because I have also passed my CA. If I can pass CA, I say any Tom, Dick and Harry can pass CA, because a person who failed in 10th can pass, anybody of you can pass. But what is the difference? Again I said, what does the youth lack? One is vision. What are the other topics? Forgot. I have not told only. Did I tell? Did you ask? I said 1 hour is over, I'm most or less finished my session. Did anybody ask me what I missed out? The 3 things which the younger generation today lacks, and if you can have that, you would be far superior than any of your seniors in your profession or in the world. The one is vision. What I want to be, where I want to be, how I want to be, how do I go about it? The second is temperament. You agree or no? We lose our temperaments very fast. And the third and the most important thing is consistency. How many times when we have joined CA or before joining CA, we have changed our mindset to do, I want to do science, then we moved to commerce, from commerce we wanted to do MBA, then we went into CA, and when we are not successful in CA, we move back into MBAs. We have that? Just imagine if I had to come from Bangalore to Thrissur. My flight was from Kochi, up to Kochi, and then from there I had to come on road here, right? To come to Kochi or to come to Thrissur, I take a flight to Chennai. From there I say I don't want to go to Chennai, I go to Bombay. From Bombay I go to Delhi, and Delhi I come to Kochi. Would I reach here on time? How many of us are able to create that vision for us to say, I want to be here? When we are talking about our features, how many of us have even decided to say, I want to be a chartered accountant, which most of us in this room want to be, right? I am a student today. What is required to be a chartered accountant? Take the example of ma'am, take the example of sir, take the example of this ma'am. You know what are the strengths and the weaknesses, what is the basic quality of a CA. You have been seeing CAs in your offices, so you know an image that what a CA requires. You know what are the 3 things that a CA requires to pass a CA? Still you have joined this course. Or you do not know what I am going to say, so you better be silent, right? The first thing is, if you want to be a CA, you require a very good memory. If you do not have a very good memory, would you be able to absorb what you are reading? Would you be able to vomit out in your examination hall what you are reading? No, right? The second thing that a CA requires is common sense. Agreed? And the third thing that a person is required to pass his CA is his perseverance or dedication and sincerity. Now, does one man have all these 3 qualities? No. Even if you have one of these 3 qualities, you can definitely pass your CA. But I have all these qualities, but I don't use these qualities. Will you pass your CA? So, these are the 3 qualities. If you see any of your principals, there is a possibility that today they may not be very sincere because their stomach is full. But when they were chartered accountants, they would either have been very sincere, or they would have had a very good common sense, or they would have had a very good memory, because of which you can basically see them. Many times when you go with a file to your bosses, or your principals, don't you have a problem to say that he knows everything what you're going to talk about? Right? The first thing when you go there and you give him a list of points to say that these are the areas where I found there were flaws, he'll say, you have not seen this area, I have not seen that area, I have not seen this area. They say it or no? Because they had good memories, they still have a good memory. So, and if any of these three qualities or all these three qualities are not there with you, trust me, getting through CA is going to be very tough. Common sense is genetically, it is based on your karmas, everybody may not have. Good memory, because there is a concept called as Jnanavaniya Karam in the Jain philosophy. It says that everybody has the same knowledge, every soul has the same knowledge, but you are not able to access it because of your karmas. That is why we do meditations, pujas and all that stuff, and then we remove those karmas and then you are able to access it. So I say that even having a good memory may not be the cup of tea for every one of us. But sincerity, hard work, temperament, is it not that everybody can do here? And what does it mean? Sincerity, hard work and good quality does not mean opening your books, proving to your parents you are studying, proving to the society you are studying, but your mind is wandering. Please understand that after the age of 16 to 20, there is a high possibility, because of change in hormonal contents of us, that our mind starts diverting very fast, not like what you were in your 10th standard. True or false? How many of you want to know a formula that when I'm sitting for my studies, I lose my focus very fast? In every 10-15 minutes of studying, I lose my focus. How do I get back my focus into studies? How many of you want that simple formula in 30 seconds? Wow. That means most of you have this problem? If I had have said how many of you have this problem, nobody would have lifted your hand. If I say I'm going to give you a simple technique, in 30 seconds, you can get back your focus, what you have lost, you get back your mind which is wandering into your subject in which you want to focus on. Want to learn it? So what you will do, you will not do anything. You will just keep your eyes open and focus on me. Okay? What am I going to do? I am going to blow my mouth. Right? I am going to take my thumb, close my ears. I am going to use my index finger, close my eyes. I am going to use the center finger to close my nostrils, and the last two fingers to keep my mouth shut so that you don't hear anything what I am saying. Don't follow it right now. Observe me what I am doing, and when I say, that's the time you are going to do it. Can I try it out? No. Can you all do it? Blow your mouth. Close your ears with your thumb. Your eyes with your index finger. Your center finger, close your nostrils. And the last two fingers of both the hands on your lips. Don't force yourself much, ma'am. Center finger on the nostrils. Index finger on the eyes. You have not blown your mouth because you don't observe. Blow your mouth first. Yeah. Don't force yourself much. Once done, remove your hands. Not an issue. Can anybody tell me what you thought in that 30 seconds when you closed your eyes? No? You thought anything? When I was talking here, your mind was wandering. As soon as this idiot goes off, I have to go for an ice cream, I have to go home, I have to sleep, I'm tired, I'm exhausted. Or there were so many things that your mind were wandering, or no? When you closed your eyes, you stopped all your 5 senses. Were you able to think anything? After that, take a few deep breaths and release it. And then you can focus back on your studies. Is the formula very easy? We all are getting into a concept where our mind starts deviating or diverting itself very fast. And the best way to control is that our basic Hindu philosophy talks about the 5 senses which every human being has. What are the 5 senses? Touch, speech, breath, eyes, And what did you do? The fifth, the fourth, the third, and this, so there was no more touch. Once you are able to stop the feeling of all these five senses, you can able to focus back into what you are doing. Easy? Want to try it again? Ma'am, you didn't follow it, right? So listen first. Blow your mouth, close your ears, close your eyes, close your nostrils, and keep it on your lips. Can we do it once more? Can we start? There are hardly around 6 or 7 people in this whole class who are into meditation now. Right? Hardly 5 or 6 people are into meditation. Most of you are not into meditation. If you were into meditation, you would have even held your breath for around 1 minute. If you are not into meditation, you take shorter breaths. How many of you have a problem of anger here? Do you know why you get angry? Have you ever tried to understand why you get angry? I'm going totally off track, right? But is it required? Are you enjoying this session? Most of us get angry very fast. We get irritated very fast, right? And where do we remove our anger? On a stray dog on the road? No, no. On somebody walking on the road? No. Where do we remove those anger mostly? We remove it on our family members, right? People who are very close friends. The moment you get irritated, what you do is aggression comes in. Try to find out the reason why. There are 3 things in life you should know. What I know, I realize. The second, what I don't know, so I don't realize. And the third, which is most dangerous, is I know, but I don't realize. If you are able to focus on at least this issue of what I know, but I'm not realizing, by doing an introspection into yourself, by getting deeper into it, if you are able to understand exactly of what you have to realize in life, believe me, most of your stress would go down. Whenever you have your angers, you would see that your breaths have shortened. You're into meditation, man? You do yoga and meditation also. That is why you were able to hold your breath much longer. Understand one thing, that whenever we lose our temper, focus on your breath. It is very short. Whenever you are in calm, peace of mind, your long breaths will be much easier to take. So whenever you are angry, keep your mouth shut. Try to stop your senses from wandering across, and just give 2 to 5 minutes of your time of trying to take deep breaths. And you will see that your reaction time of anger would be less. And believe me, once you get angry, though you shout and do it on your close relatives and close friends, you damage your relationships, and that is not going to help you out. Now, we were talking about stress. Most of us as CA students, before the exams, during the examination hall, we all face stress, yes or no? Most of us, during the CA exams, when we go to the examination hall, we go 5 to 10 minutes before max. Is it true or no? Because we are busy at home, studying, preparing, taking the backups, knowing to see that what all I have to read. Do we do that or no? How many of you have a habit of going to the examination hall 1 hour before the examination time? What do you do after going to the hall? Start reading, carry the materials, prepare yourself. What you have got 4 months time, if you have not prepared it and retained it in your mind, can you do it in that 1 hour's time? How many of you go to the examination hall and take a long walk, take your deep breaths and go for a long walk in the examination hall so that you are on time as well as you are just relaxing? None of you, right? You do it? What do you do? Louder. Huh? Can't hear you, ma'am. Mic, please.
Stay on the balcony and seeing all things happening.
Sorry?
Balcony illikku.
Huh? You be on the balcony and just observe what all people are doing.
Yeah.
And if somebody comes and tells you, what's your name?
Dusty. Dusty.
Bestie, have you read this? Have you not read that? What happens?
Huh?
Stress. If somebody comes and tells you, a friend of yours, when you're standing on the balcony, Bestie, have you read this particular topic? What will you do? And if you have not read it, what will you do? Tension, stress, right? If you get stressed very fast, if you get excited very fast, the easier formula is go to the examination hall 1 hour earlier, identify which is your chair, see that everything is proper, what is required for the examination, check it out, and after that, don't discuss of the topic with anybody else. Go for a short walk or a long walk. In the walk, try to take deep breaths, release your breaths, try to hold your breaths, and just focus on the breath and nothing else. Not on the subject, not on what you have to read, not on the textbook, not what your teachers told, not what Sanjay told you now. Don't focus on that also. Just focus on your breath. The biggest challenge when we have in our examination time is when the paper is given to us, however well prepared we are, we start getting excited, we start getting stressed, we start feeling the time is not enough, we start feeling that how do I complete the paper? Oh, this question I do not know, how will I answer it? Don't we have that? At that particular time, you see that your mind skills of calculating, of absorbing, of basically retaining things is much lower than a normal time. If I ask you a question today, it's easier to answer. If I ask you a question in the examination hall and you are already under stress, your mind is not working enough, it goes off. What does the breathing exercise does is that it keeps your mind free. It keeps you cool. Once you are cool, once you have walked a little, your body is a little tired, you are relaxed, that excitement and that stress does not come much into your body. And when you are able to do that, what you are reading, what you are writing would be easier. If you are able to write around 2 hours a day or 3 hours a day or 1.5 hours a day also, your hands would move faster. There would be a coordination between your mind and your hands, so you'll be able to do better. When you are doing your mental calculations more, why do we have mathematics in CA? We used to have it earlier. You had it in CPT earlier, right? You know what was the logic of having mathematics in CA? When everybody is using computers, everybody is using calculators, is this not the question you should ask? Why maths in CA? Logical, right? The reason is that your mind should be active. When you're talking to your client, how would you impress him? When you are going to be faster in thinking than he is, and that fast thinking comes when you are into mathematics, when you are into calculations, when you are into mental calculations. You see a person who's good in maths, a person who's good in calculations is normally able to impress the other person well. And the last lesson of life, which I would like to give you, because then I'll keep 5-10 minutes for question answers if you have. I've dragged it enough, Mr. Paulson? Okay. The last question is, how many of you are in touch with your non-CA friends during your examination time? Most of us, your exams are over, man, but that time you used to have. Most of us say, when it is CA time, let me focus on my CA exams. Or I just keep in touch with my CA friends. I don't keep in touch with other friends. Even your parents would tell you at times, why are you wasting your golden hours by wasting your time on your friends? Just understand and tell me one thing. When I need you, if I come to you, will you appreciate it or no? You would not appreciate it. If I come to you regularly, And when I need it, would you appreciate it? Yes. If you want to become a chartered accountant, you want to be into practice, you want to get into employment, you need certain help, you need certain references, and no chartered accountant will generally be your client. I am a different person. More than 50% of my clients are chartered accountants or through chartered accountants, because we super specialize. But otherwise, you will not get chartered accountants coming to you. It would be a non-chartered accountant who would be your client. And he would come if you maintain relationships. And these are the small things. Probably I would ask sir to, next time when you have your next conference, to have one session on what I can learn during my articleship. This would be a very, very interesting topic to know, that what all I can learn from my principals, from my clients, from my bosses, from my colleagues, from my juniors. You will learn so much things which you don't realize that this is what I should have learned. And after your 3 years of articleship, I always say my articles, when you are an article, you come to me, I give you an advice free of cost. After you qualify, you come to me, I'm going to send you a fat bill of 1 lakh or 2 lakhs for a small consultation also, because that is what I charge my clients. That free services, how would I get? By interacting with my bosses. These are small things. How many of you now commit to me, whether your bosses like it, your principals like it or no, you are willing to commit to me to say that from next week onwards, I will go and talk to my principals for at least 15-20 minutes and learn from them how to look at things differently. How many of you would like to commit? That's all. Okay, any questions? No? No questions? So with this, can we wind up? Too much of thoughts gone through, right? And without the tea break also. Madam told you you'll get tea at 4 o'clock. Nobody asked her that question. That's what you had announced, right? 4 o'clock tea break? Missing. How many of you would like to spend 5 minutes or 2-3 minutes with me on one-on-one basis after the session is over? Would anybody like to sit and talk? Fine. Only one person. 2. It will be a private, confidential session. If you have anything, you can come to me. I will sit with you, try to talk to you. I've got time till 5:45, 5:30. So after tea, we can sit if you want to talk, and I'll help you out if I can help you out. Thank you very much. I thank the Thrissur chapter, Sikasa team for giving me an opportunity to speak to you all, and dragging the session for 90 minutes without a cup of tea, which was more torturing, right? Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for an enlightening session on purpose of life CA. Now I invite Sikasa Chairperson, CA Paulson sir, to hand over the memento as a token of love to our distinguished speaker, CA Sanjay Dariwal, for his esteemed presence.
I hope all the attendees had a good experience and made meaningful connections. We are now concluding the first day of BODHI 2024. Refreshments have been arranged. Please head to the refreshment area where you can enjoy a selection of teas, coffees, and light snacks. Thank you.